Chapter 1 Sign in for 25 years, Superman Silver. Dear Carl, I am very interested in your bars in Queens, maybe $1 million is a good price. In 3 days, I will take someone to the bar to discuss related matters with you. I believe you will not reject me, after all, you don't want any accidents, do you? New City, Queen Street. It was late at night, but under the brilliant neon lights, the city was more dazzling than the day. In a gorgeous apartment, Carl was sitting on the sofa at this moment, clenching his right hand, squeezing the letter in his hand into a ball. I will encounter such a guy and threaten me. Throwing the letter away, he picked up the delicate goblet. After taking a sip of wine and looking at the exquisite and beautiful neon lights outside the window, Carl sighed softly, it's really a nice view. 24 years ago, Carl came to this world. As he grew older, he knew that his city was called New York. Originally, Carl thought that he had just come to a city on the other side of the ocean. Until he saw the Steve Rogers Memorial. That is, the Captain of the United States. If you know a little bit about Marvel, you know where it is. This is an extremely dangerous world. Aliens, superheroes, supervillains. There are many strong people here, even gods and ancient legends. Of course, this world is also very interesting. After all, the Marvel world has all kinds of superheroes. Coming with Carl, there is also a sign-in system. This is standard. It's just that his sign-in system is different from that in previous novels. Carl's sign-in system can not only sign in at various places every day. He can even sign in cumulatively. Book a sign-in time in advance, for example, 1 year or 2 years. Then, when the scheduled time arrives, the sign-in will be completed. The longer the sign-in time, the stronger the rewards. After 2 days in a row, all the checked-in items were milk powder. Carl made a decision that he regretted a bit. Signed in for 25 years in New City. So far, Carl has signed in New York for 24 years. As a result, he is still an ordinary person. Well, an ordinary man with black hair and black eyes, handsome and golden. Ever since he came to this world, Carl has been adopted by a wealthy single businessman over 100 years old. Carl Smith. This is the name the old man gave him. Although an Oriental, using this name is a bit weird. But Carl always uses this name for the grace of nurturing the other party. A few years ago, that kind old man passed away. The wealth of billions of dollars has already been transferred to Carl's name by the father through formal channels. Among them are some properties and 2 bars. There are also father's own company, and several company shares. It is worth mentioning that after knowing that this is the Marvel world, Carl spent several years sorting out his assets. First sell its own company, and then sell most of the shares of other companies. This operation gave him a large sum of cash. After that, Carl invested in some companies, such as Stark Industries, Hanmer Industries, PIM Technology, and Aoshi Group. They are the companies of Iron Man Villain, the first generation of Ant-Man, and the first generation of Green Devils. After all, he only knows these companies, because he vaguely remembered when he watched Marvel in his previous life. Because of this operation, Carl's assets have increased by a factor of 10 in a few years. Now there are tens of billions of dollars in assets. The letter he threw into the trash can appeared in his bar at an unknown time. The inscriber is Wilson Grant Pfister. The name looks confused. But he has a fancy name, Jin Bin. Carl knows this role. Chapter 2. He is a supervillain, known as the Underground Emperor of the United States, very powerful. Maybe some people have never heard of him. But this opponent is more famous. One of the most famous is the good citizen Spider-Man in Queens. Daredevil, Punisher, even X-Men and Fantastic Four are his enemies. Because there is a lot of underground business, it can be said to be in a hostile relationship with many superheroes. I don't know what happened recently, but I fell in love with Carl's bar and wanted to make it his own. To be honest, Carl is just an ordinary person now. Although I have practiced fighting skills since I was young. But really want to fight, not gold and opponents. But the bar that I don't want to sell is forced by the other party to buy and sell, which is a bit uncomfortable. Originally, Carl sold his own company, as well as other company shares, but did not sell the 2 bars in his hand. The purpose is naturally not want to sell. By the way, nothing can go to drink. In the end, you gave me a strong buy and sell? In fact, Carl is not very scared. He has already found Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, at Midtown High School. It's just that the opponent is still an ordinary person, and has not been bitten by the mutant spider. Carl has been paying attention to Peter Parker's movements, ready to take the lead and take the mutant spider away. Although Spider-Man is a hero he likes very much, but at this time, he can only say sorry. Originally, Carl was not in a hurry about the mutant spider. Just as a backup method. But now, suddenly there is Kim and a villain. Mutated spiders can't be counted on. It seems that you have to expect your own system. Carl looked up and glanced at the clock. 11:55. In 5 minutes, it was time to sign in. Over the course of time, Carl signed in for 25 years and finally got it. For this reward, he is looking forward to it. If he signed into the system for 25 years and couldn't give anything good, then Carl was able to transfer the bar business directly. The big deal is to spend money to hire supervillains, assassinate Jin Bin, or wait until you have the ability to get revenge. Carl picked up the wine glass and waited quietly. Superman Silver. Hearing the mechanical sound in his head, Carl was shaking slightly. Superman Silver. The rewards obtained after signing in for 25 years were not disappointed. As a traverser, Carl naturally knows what kind of existence this is. Silver Superman is the Superman in the DC Silver Age. Superman in this period is much stronger than ordinary Superman. Its abilities include sneezing and destroying stars, moving a bunch of planets, absorbing magic, eating raw kryptonite, blowing out the sun, time travel. Of course, in the movies and comics, Superman has the same abilities as Superman. The Superman in the Silver Age may not be the most powerful Superman, but he is the most potential Superman. Because he represents no upper limit. Maybe in the battle, a new ability can be added. With this sign-in bonus, Carl doesn't need to grab Spider-Man's mutant spider. No need. The mutant spider is still left to Peter Parker. With this ability, what does Carl worry about the merger? Just waiting for the other party to die. Chapter 2 The God of the World, join the chat group. Gold is not very strong. It is said that more than 90% of the body is muscle. The power is amazing, he can punch through walls with his bare hands, and he is a world-class fighter. It is said that he has the highest level of human combat effectiveness. By the way, Carl saw a lot of netizens in his previous life, and felt that Jin could beat the captain of the US. As for the true and false, Carl doesn't know. However, no matter how strong Jin is, he is just an ordinary person. If you confront Carl now, you can blow it with one punch. At this time, Carl felt that his body had changed. He had been exercising all year round and had good muscles, and his figure became better. His face has also become more handsome. The body has mastered many powers. Super speed, his flying speed surpasses the speed of light, able to cross the time barrier and return to the past. Super hearing, can hear anywhere and anything. Chapter 3. The body of steel completely ignored any physical attacks, and remained unscathed in the black hole. Even in the first Big Bang, it can survive. Thermal vision, super recovery, super strength, freezing breath. And because it is a template, he can easily use it flexibly. Pushing open his own window, Carl jumped out directly. Then, he flew in the air in a way that violated common sense of physics. With a swish, it turned into a black shadow and disappeared instantly. At almost the same time, Carl appeared in the universe. Behind him is a floating blue planet. Directly ahead, 100 million kilometers away, is a huge burning star. Sunday. Supervision gave him an instant insight into everything on the sun. Under the shining of the sun, Carl's power is constantly increasing. Although Superman Silver's power does not come from the yellow sun, he is not afraid of the red sun. But Carl himself does have the feeling of absorbing solar radiation and enhancing his strength. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Dimensional chat group. Carl was slightly surprised. As a traverser, he naturally knows the chat group. After all, he had read some web articles in his previous life. In popular explanation, this is to connect chat groups of different dimensions. It allows characters in the world to chat and communicate, and even travel through the world. The chat group, interesting, then join and have a look. With that, Carl nodded and said, agree to join. As his voice fell, a virtual interface appeared in his mind. What should I do if my younger sister has secondary disease? Oh, a newcomer is here. Welcome Green Hands. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, welcome. JPG. Skyblade King, the newcomer is finally here, welcome. These people. Looking at the names in the chat group, Carl raised his brows slightly. They are all familiar. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. The term Great Wall Guards comes from the world of kings. Is the commander Hua Mulan? After all, when he played games in his previous life, Carl vaguely remembered that he seemed to be the boss of the Great Wall Guards. In the words of the Skyblade King, there is a high probability that Keisha, the king of angels in the super world, the Thousand Hands princess who spent time with herself, is probably the Tsunade of Naruto world. What should I do if my sister has a secondary second disease? Seeing the word secondary disease, he instantly remembered that he had watched an animation in his previous life. Second illness, but also to fall in love. It's just that the second disease has appeared in other works. There is little information and it is not certain. Princess Thousands of Hands, what is this? Princess Thousands of Hands, it suddenly appeared in my mind, what kind of illusion? Are you from Uchiha? What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Don't panic, little sister, I'll explain it to you. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? This is a chat group that connects different worlds, and group members can communicate with each other in different dimensions. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Just imagine what you want to say in your mind, and this group will organize your thoughts into words and send them. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? The purpose of the chat group seems to hope that the group members help each other. What should I do if my sister has a secondary second disease? So there are points rewards for this. Earned money. What should I do if my sister has a secondary second disease? Ha ha ha, 200 points, get it, good fortune. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? I don't know how many ingredients I can buy now, the chat group is simply great. Skyblade King, Envy. JPG. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, all these have rewards? I had known it a long time ago. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, however, is it a pity to spend such precious points on the ingredients? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I have finished changing the money, and 1 point is worth more than 10,000 yuan. Who makes those high-end ingredients so expensive? What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Anyway, I don't need to strengthen my body. After all, ours is just an ordinary world. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, that's what I said. Chapter 4. Princess Thousand Hands. Princess Thousands of Hands, well, what is this point? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Points or rewards for chat groups, and items can be purchased in the store. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Look at the store in the upper right corner. including healing injuries, strengthening the body, exchanging money, and various abilities. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Sign in every day and get party points. By the way, it seems that it is okay to explain the chat group rules for newcomers. Princess Thousand Hands? Princess Thousands of Hands, how do I sign in? Although she remained confused about this so-called chat group, she still asked casually. Skyblade King, just click the sign in button next to the store in the upper right corner to sign in. Princess Thousand Hands, thank you. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Wow! I actually got 8 points, great luck. Heavenly Blade King, I was lucky. I signed up to only 7 points at most, envious. JPG the Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, I have signed up to 5 points. Skyblade King, what about another newcomer? Stop diving, come out and chat. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, maybe someone is busy in a hurry. Skyblade King, well, it makes sense. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Commander of the Great Wall Guards? I can give you so many points for signing in, I'm surprised. Skyblade King, ? JPG. God of the World, smile. JPG. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? What the hell, this is too good luck, oh Yu Huang. Originally, everyone was very envious of the points earned by Princess Jian Xiao for signing in. Now there are more. Carl didn't speak either, and quietly peered at the screen. By the way, I opened the shop interface. The shop is an interface that resembles a certain treasure. There are many areas, including life, skills, weapons, and props. Some daily necessities in the living area also have the functions of repairing injuries and exchanging money. 1 point can be exchanged for $100. Finally, just now, what should I do if my sister is suffering from secondary illness? 1 point can be exchanged for more than 10,000 yuan, which should be the money of the Neon country. Repairing injuries starts at 100 points, depending on the specific situation. After a cursory glance, it really has everything. Infinite gems, riding round eyes, steel suits, Gundam, reincarnation eyes, devil fruits, and even Shenguang rods. However, the more powerful the thing, the higher the price. For example, riding round eyes, 1 Guyu riding round eyes, only a few hundred points can be purchased. However, it takes 100,000 points to write round eyes in a kaleidoscope. But all the things in it are of little use to Carl. Chapter 3 Princess Thousand Hands, Difficult Mission. Naruto World, Konoha Village. In the large room, there is a young girl sitting quietly in it at this moment. The girl is plump and tall, with light yellow hair tied into a ponytail, beautiful and moving. This person is the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade muttered to himself while looking at the chat group interface in his mind. A chat group? It's not like an illusion. If the things in the store are real, wouldn't I be able to use this chat group to increase my strength, and the war will be ended soon? At this moment, there was a sound of messy footsteps not far away. It's not good, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade frowned slightly, what's the matter? A ninja lowered his head and said, Master Ashimaru returned to the village and said that Lord Rosuke had an accident. Tsunade's pupils dilated and tremblingly said, Where is Ashimaru? Take me there. Yes. Then Tsunade followed the ninja to a room. Looking at the gloomy expressions of Ashimaru and Jiraiya, who bowed their heads silently, Tsunade trembled and walked into the room. It's better not to look at it. Jira also stopped Tsunade. It doesn't matter, I can't recognize my brother anyway. Ashimaru looked indifferent, and threw a pendant in his hand to Tsunade. This pendant is exactly the birthday present that Tsunade gave to the tree the day before. She took the pendant and ran into the house in despair. What I saw was an extremely scene. In the room, there was a pool of blood. Rope tree! Tsunade cried bitterly while clutching the necklace. Why is it so? Chapter 5. Obviously, Shenchu had just finished his birthday yesterday, and said that he would be Hokage. You can't come back from death. Aside, Ji Lai also comforted in a low voice. Resurrection? At this moment, Tsunade thought of the chat group he had just entered, and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in his heart. In this weird chat group, don't those members say that they can do anything with points? So, can the rope tree be resurrected? The names of the people in the group are also very powerful, this and that god. Is there a way to resurrect others? Although she was in her heart, she still didn't believe in this chat group. But at this time, I can only give it a try. But, even if those people can resurrect the rope tree, how can they help her? After all, Tsunade just joined the chat group today, and it's not an exaggeration to say that people in the group are strangers. The difficulty of resurrection can be imagined. Tsunade looked at the stall in front of him, and made a decision. Mind back to the chat group interface. Princess of the Thousand Hands family, excuse me, can chat groups bring people back to life? What should I do if my sister has a second disease? It seems, there is no such function. But it does not rule out that some group members can resurrect others. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, we have no way to resurrect here. Skyblade King, did something happen? The Princess of the Thousand Hands family, I just got the news that my brother died in the battle. It was obviously his birthday yesterday. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness, this sorrow? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? It's really a sad story, I'm in silence for you. Skyblade King, Feast of Grief and Change. Tsunade looked at this scene, feeling lost in his heart. But still speak in the chat group. Princess Thousand Hands, as long as the rope tree can be brought back to life, I can give anything, please. Sure enough, Tsunade. Carl looked at the tasks posted by the chat group, and knew it all. He remembered that Tsunade seemed to have a younger brother. But when she was young, she had already died in battle. The age seems to have just graduated from the ninja school, 12 or 13 years old. At this time, Tsunade was still a girl, and he didn't even get the title of Sunin. It turned out to be this time. As for the resurrection of other people, the Silver Superman template that Carl obtained has this ability. When Carl was thinking, the chat group members were also very surprised. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Skyblade King, mission? There is actually this feature. Great Wall Guards, the first time I saw the mission. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Extremely difficult. Is it really possible to resurrect something? Great Wall Guards, I don't know, I can't as a soldier anyway. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? I'm just an ordinary person, and I can only wait and see because it was originally extremely difficult. Let's have a resurrection. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I'm sorry at. Princess Thousand Hands, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Originally, I didn't expect to release the mission. After all, the resurrection is indeed a bit weird. Princess Thousand Hands, now that the mission has been released, I can only give it a try. If it really doesn't work, there is no way, Skyblade King, I can't do it either, sorry. Seeing the information in the chat group, the hope that had originally arisen in Tsunade's heart was instantly shattered. Sure enough, the resurrection is really too exaggerated. Princess Thousand Hands, it doesn't matter, I just try. At this moment, the member who didn't speak much before actually spoke. God of the world, speaking of which, I also want to go to other worlds to see, by the way, do a task. God of the world, do you need my help? At Princess Thousand Hands, of course I hope that the rope tree can be resurrected. If it can be done, please help me. The of the world, of course this little thing is not a problem. What should I do if my sister has a second disease? Asterisk. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Is the newcomer who hasn't spoken much at the beginning of joining the group dare to accept the mission of resurrection? Skyblade King, surprised, this is resurrecting people, is this a small matter? What a big deal then. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, this kind of thing is really incredible. What situation is this? Is the task completed? Really? Chapter 6. It was only a few seconds before this person accepted the task. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? What the hell? The task is completed? What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Isn't it extremely difficult? Isn't it resurrection? This. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, great. Heavenly Blade King, I didn't expect that someone could actually do something like resurrection. Originally, the group members were still surprised at how fast the of the world completed the task. But seeing the bonus points, everyone was sour. Skyblade King, my god, actually gave so many points? Skyblade King, this is 100,000 points, I only have dozens of points now. Chapter 4 Konoha Sunin, completing the mission. Time goes back not too long ago. In the chat group, Carl saw Tsunade's request and accepted the task. Carl nodded, starting to teleport. An inexplicable force enveloped Carl. Then he saw the world in front of him become hazy. Soon, a tone came. At this time, he appeared in a wooden house. The house is very characteristic of Neon Country. Not far from Carl, there was a shadow. With a delicate face and a proud figure, he is the Tsunade of Hokage world. Tsunade naturally also saw Carl not far away. This black-haired man who appeared suddenly is not only handsome, but also possesses a mysterious temperament. But Tsunade is a ninja after all. She looked guarded and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" On the side, Dashimaru and Gillette also saw the sudden appearance of the figure, their expressions nervous. As ninjas, they were approached unknowingly. What a dereliction of duty! If the opponent is an enemy, then they are probably dead. The two are ready to fight. Carl glanced at Osamaru and Jiraiya, but didn't care. He turned his head and said to Tsunade, "Chat group, the of the world. It's you." Tsunade looked relaxed a lot when he heard the words. At this time, she also understood. The handsome man in front of him is the of the world who wants to help himself in the group. It's actually true. The members of the chat group have really come from other worlds. Tsunade was a little excited. After all, Carl's casual outfit is really very different from them. It's just, can this person really resurrect the rope tree? Tsunade was a little uncertain. However, she greeted kindly, "My name is Tsunade, thank you for coming to help." Carl nodded, "You're welcome, my name is Carl." Hey! At this time, a roar came. "Who are you guys? Why does it appear in our village?" Turning his head to look around, Gillette is also looking at Carl with an unhappy face. Many people know his admiration for Tsunade. At this moment, such a person suddenly appeared, and Tsunade seemed familiar. Of course Gillette will not be comfortable. And this person appeared in the village without warning. Boom! Before Tsunade could explain, Jiraiya's body turned into a dark shadow. It broke through the wooden wall and flew out. Gillette too. Oshimaru looked along the wooden wall next to him, and Ji-Lai also disappeared from sight. As far as I can see, all the houses are filled with a big hole. Seeing this scene, his whole body was shaking slightly. Jiraiya was directly killed by this person. This power, this speed. Dashimaru knew that if he did something to himself, he would not have the ability to resist at all. Carl said calmly, "Don't worry, he can't die, I have a sense of measure." He looked at Tsunade, "Your mission is to resurrect your brother. Chapter 7. Tsunade retracted his gaze looking for Jiraiya, nodded and said, "Yes. Since the other party said that Jiraiya is fine, shouldn't it be fine? Although I care about Jiraiya, the most important thing is to resurrect the rope tree now. Carl, do you want to make any preparations, such as charms and tributes? I can prepare them." "Charms, tributes?" Carl gave Tsunade a surprised look. "Do you think I am going to cast a spell? I don't need these things, wait a minute." With that, Carl clenched his fists into the sky. The sonic boom formed all over him. Fortunately, he had a biological stand to protect his clothes, otherwise he would end up in an embarrassing end. After breaking through the speed of sound, Carl was still accelerating. After getting the Silver Superman template, he knew that his speed could exceed the speed of light. And Carl can travel through time, go back in time, and change time. And can ignore the law of cause and effect. These are the abilities of Superman Silver. It is precisely because of this that he will take over the task. The surrounding scenery flickered rapidly. Gradually, many things have changed. The sun actually started to set to the east. Carl knew that he had successfully traveled through time. The exact time of death of the rope tree is not known, so during the flight, his super hearing and supervision have been observing the entire Earth. Finally, he saw a boy with short light brown hair. Rope tree. At this time, Ashimaru was not far from the rope tree. He looked at the rope tree running in front of the other ninjas, with a look of relief on his face. With supervision, Carl saw the traps full of detonating charms in front of the rope tree. This is the time. Without hesitation, he flew to the rope tree and stopped it. Rope tree hasn't figured out what's going on yet, but feels that when there is a flower in front of him, he is dragged by his arm and hung in the air. At this moment, Carl heard a beep. After a brief loss of consciousness, the rope tree instinctively pulled out kunai and stabbed Carl. Carl flicked it lightly, and the rope tree smashed on Dashimaru's body. "You, who are you?" Dashimaru caught the rope tree and stared at the figure floating in the sky with a guard. The person in front of him was so fast that he couldn't see him at all. "Is this the person from Yuan? If this is the case, all people like myself must be accounted for here. How to do?" After a brief thought, Ashimaru threw the rope tree back, and he rushed towards Carl. "Rope tree, go and seek support. At the very least, the rope tree cannot die here." Tisk tut. Carl watched this scene with a smile on his lips. This big snake pill is a little different from my own impression. However, it is different. He does not have the habit of being beaten for no reason. The same is true in the face of Gillette, and the same is true in the face of Dash Yuan. The figure flying in the air quickly lifted up, avoiding the attack of Ashimaru. Afterwards, he kicked Dash Yuan. Ashimaru smashed to the ground instantly like a speeding train. Carl looked at the Dashimaru embedded in the ground and said calmly, "Don't panic, I was entrusted by Tsunade to save her brother. There is a trap ahead." With that said, Carl ignored the people present, his figure flashed and disappeared. He came to this world to save people, and there was no need to make friends with other people. Carl with supervision can easily find Tsunade at this time. At this time, Tsunade was healing a ninja. Carl flew to Tsunade's side and glanced at her. "I have saved your brother. Then, I will leave." Although because of the shuttle time, Tsunade didn't recognize herself at this time, and she didn't know that she was posting tasks in the chat group. It's like the Justice League edited by a certain director. The Flash surpassed the speed of light, went back and changed the future of Blue Star's destruction. But in the changed future, because of the destruction of the Blue Star, it did not happen. Chapter 8. So other people don't know that the Flash is a hero who saved the world. Only he knows. Carl is facing the same situation as the Flash now. Chapter 5. The melancholy Tsunade. The group members are shocked. But after all, the mission was released by Tsunade. When he came to the opponent's world, how could Karl tell him before leaving? After speaking, Karl was ready to leave. However, Tsunade put down the wounded in front of him and ran to Karl. She bowed deeply, "Karl Jun, thank you for saving the rope tree." "What?" Karl was taken aback, and looked at Tsunade in surprise. It stands to reason that at this time, Tsunade should not recognize himself. Even Tsunade at this time may not have joined the chat group. After all, the other party joined him together. But now, how does Tsunade know? He looked at Tsunade and asked, "You, recognize me?" Tsunade said gratefully, "Of course, Karl was in the chat group and saved my brother." "How can you remember these things?" "What?" What Karl said, on the contrary, gave Tsunade a stunned question. "This, isn't it the task I posted in the chat group, and then you came here?" Karl looked at Tsunade for a while, then suddenly smiled, "Yeah, too. Although according to normal circumstances, passing through time and changing the past. What happened before, only the person who traveled through time remembered. But now, Tsunade remembers." Karl didn't know what was going on. It is probably because of the chat group. There is only this explanation. At this time, Tsunade was looking at Karl with excitement. Unexpectedly, "Karl, you can really revive the rope tree. And the method used is not a spell ritual at all, it is the method of traveling through time." In this case, she couldn't even think of it. Time can travel, can you believe it? Tsunade didn't dare anyway. In her eyes, Karl had just arrived in this world. Then he punched Jalea. Then, he flew away. The next moment, not knowing what was going on, Tsunade came here. "Look around for yourself, isn't this exactly where you were a few hours ago?" Looking at the time, it really was a few hours ago. At this time, she saw Karl's prompt to complete the task in the chat group. In other words, Karl not only saved the rope tree, but also traveled through time. Even when traveling through time, I took her with me. What a powerful existence this is. In fact, Tsunade didn't know that Karl didn't take her through time. But anyway, it was Karl who traveled through time and space and saved the rope tree. "Calm down," Karl smiled nonchalantly in the face of the excited Tsunade. Although he traveled through time and space for the first time, he himself was a little excited. But not yet to Tsunade's level. At this time, Konoha ninjas around Tsunade's mansion also discovered the situation here. The ninja who was treated by Tsunade just now went out and told others about it. At this moment, many ninjas looked at Karl with full alertness. After all, his clothes are very strange. At first glance, it was not Konoha's ninja. Now is the time of war, they naturally have to be cautious. "Tsunade, who is this?" Jiraiya slowly approached Tsunade and asked in a low voice. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and then at Karl again. A quiet smile appeared on her face. "This Karl is my friend. He is a very reliable person, not an enemy, don't worry." "Yeah, that's right." Seeing Tsunade's smile, Karl nodded. "This time I came to the Hokage world, and it was not in vain. Not only did I meet the pleasing girl, but also completed the tasks in the chat group by the way." On the side, Jiraiya also saw Tsunade and Karl smiling at each other, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. However, no matter how sad in his heart, Tsunade's attitude was so determined, he didn't do anything. Karl looked at Tsunade and said, "I'm done with the task, and I will leave first." "Who knows?" Tsunade grabbed his arm at once. "No hurry, no hurry. You saved my rope tree, I haven't thanked you well yet." Chapter 9. Let's go after dinner. Karl shook his head and declined. "No, I just ate it not long ago." "What?" Tsunade was a little lost, but he didn't expect Karl to leave so soon. "That. Remember to protect your brother," Karl said. Then, the figure disappeared instantly. In the field, only a faint voice was left, "See you next time." See you next time." Tsunade muttered to himself while looking at the spot where Carl was standing before. Tsunade is naturally grateful for the handsome and powerful presence of Carl. After all, he saved the rope tree. Even Tsunade has a good impression of Carl in his heart. She was naturally very reluctant to let the other party leave so soon. But there is no way. I can only look forward to seeing you next time. Marvel World. Carl's figure suddenly appeared in the universe. Well, I've been active for a while, now let's take a good rest. Looking at the sun ahead, Carl's figure flashed and returned home. When he took a bath, he felt a little bit and entered the chat group. Just entered the group chat and found 99 plus new news. After a glance, the group members were surprised at the time it took to complete the task. The latest news was sent by Tsunade. Princess Thousand Hands, Mr. Carl, have you returned to your own world? Princess Thousand Hands, your kindness, I will always remember. You can find me if you have anything in the future, /w. That is a secondary disease, how to do, anything? Wow, this is really incredible. Skyblade King, shocked. JPG. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, what are you thinking about? Am I the only one who is curious about how the of the world accomplishes the task? Commander of the Great Wall Guards, also, Carl. Is this the name of the world? Curious +1. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Curiosity +2. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I also want to know how the boss Carl completed the resurrection mission. It seems that Mr. Carl is not here, let me talk about it. That's it. Tsunade talked about the previous thing once. Tsunade was surprised to knock Jalea into the air, but others didn't understand Jalea. I didn't think there was anything. But when Tsunade talked about Carl's journey through time, he saved his brother, and when he took her through time together, chatting with the crowd, he exploded. Crazy Brushing 666. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, real or fake? Commander of the Great Wall Guards, even if you bring people back to life, the way you travel through time is still used? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Heavenly Blade King, this is indeed unbelievable. Even angels can't do that. Princess Thousand Hands, I am also surprised, but these are true. I saw it with my own eyes. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Well, it won't be a chat group that spans different worlds. There are many big brothers. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, well, after all, the mission has been completed. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, although it is unbelievable, it should be true. In the chat group, there is finally a powerful boss. Chapter 6 Group Membership, Heart-Piercing People. As the commander of the Great Wall Guards army, he is naturally strong in martial arts and has a calm attitude. In essence, he has a completely different life from those ordinary people. Even when Carl completed the resurrection mission before, the others immediately changed their names to the boss. But he didn't. Now, after listening to what Tsunade said, Carl actually used this incredible way to bring people back to life. He immediately changed his mind. If you don't change it, you really can't afford it. After all, he can't resurrect other people. Even more unable to travel through time. Carl feels someone into the chat group. A lot of information was refreshed in the group. Seeing Tsunade caring about himself, he responded politely. Chapter 10. The of the World, it's here, don't read it. Princess Thousand Hands, since Mr. Carl is here, I'm relieved. Skyblade King, the boss has appeared. What should I do if my sister has a second illness? Mr. Carl, your points have reached 100,000, isn't it possible to buy a lot of great things? God of the World, most of the things in the store are useless. The of the World, some interesting things can't be bought with 100,000 yuan. Go to the store to buy something? Domineering, ninjutsu, Gundam, etc., it's really useless to buy. If you really encounter an enemy, you can solve it with a few punches. If Carl can't solve the enemy now, then even if he buys something in the store, he can't beat it. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Princess Thousand Hands, as expected of Mr. Carl, awesome. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? 666. Skyblade King, if I have 100,000 points, I will definitely buy a kaleidoscope to write around I. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, I think the dominance of Pirate World is very good. If I have enough points, I want to buy armed domineering. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? If I have points, I must exchange money for it. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness, but how much can I exchange for 100,000 points? 1 point is 10,000 yuan, 100,000 points. What should I do if my sister is suffering from secondary 2 disease? So much money, it seems that I can't spend it all. It's better to change a part, and then buy a steel suit. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? It's quite interesting to think about it. In the ordinary world, a steel suit suddenly flew out. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Liuhua's secondary disease, what would she look like when she saw the steel suit, especially when she saw me in the suit? What should I do if my sister has a secondary second disease? I am really looking forward to it. The of the world, wake up soon, this is not asleep, why is it dreaming? The God of the world, only 1-digit points will be given for 1 day after signing in. If you want 100,000, don't you have to sign in for more than 10,000 days? What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? The heart-wrenching brother. Skyblade King, uncomfortable. JPG. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Mr. Carl has a point. It's really hard to get 100,000 points just by signing in. For a while, no one in the chat group spoke anymore. Obviously, the group members also knew that it was exactly what Carl said. This is uncomfortable. At the last moment, I was still looking forward to what I wanted to buy with points. The next moment I was directly pierced. It took a while before someone spoke. Princess Thousands of Hands, that, who is Liuhua? What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? It is my sister, a girl with secondary disease. What should I do if my sister suffers from secondary disease? I always think that there are strange things like demon kings and gods in the world. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I'm sorry, I didn't talk about you, Mr. Carl, just about our world. Although I don't know if Carl is a god. But the other party's name in the group is called the of the world. According to Tsunade, what Carl did is no different from the real god. At the very least, this is true for her ordinary person. In order to avoid misunderstanding, she explained it. When Carl saw that his sister was a second-degree illness, he instantly confirmed the identity of the other party. Liuhua is not the name of the heroine in Love in the Second Sickness. Then, this member of the group is the sister of the heroine. Zionio has spent 10 years. Well, she is a pretty elder sister. It seems to be the chef of a high-end restaurant, the cooking level is very good. God of the world, I know, calm. Princess Thousand Hands, oh, no wonder you call this name. Sister is a secondary disease, how to deal with Princess Jian Shao, what a coincidence, I also have a younger brother. He is called Rope Tree, and he is a very brave boy. What should I do if my sister has a secondary second disease? Yes, that's really good. My sister. For a while, Tsunade and Huhua chatted enthusiastically. Keisha also joined them later. Carl, who peered into the screen, found that Keisha at this time was not the king of angels in his mind. It's a girl who is less than 20 years old. He is not as old as the little birdie. No wonder. Carl felt that there was a difference between this Keisha and his impression of character. It turned out that the other party is just a little girl now. The three girls, the more they talk, the happier. In the end, they even told each other their names, yelling from sisters and sisters. Chapter 11. Although I said, there is nothing I want to buy. But Carl still took a look at the chat group store. After all, I have 100,000 points in my hand, so it's useless to keep them. After a closer look, Carl was speechless. There are many products he can afford now, but most of them are useless. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes, advanced domineering. After all, even if he bought the sacred light rod and turned into Tiga, his combat effectiveness was not enhanced. And 100,000 points can't buy a magic stick. After thinking about it, Carl spent a few hundred points and bought a Superman suit. Well, yes, it's Superman's classic red and blue suit. To be honest, Carl himself doesn't like this color very much. But this is the only shop in the chat group. As for the remaining points, I had to keep them. There are still many items that interest him in the chat group shop. For example, the infinite gems, the power of the phoenix, the heart of the universe. It's just that the large string of zeros at the back makes people feel a bit headache. The chat group was lively for a while, then gradually quieted down. After all, the time in each world is different. Some worlds are day, some are night. Take Carl himself. When he got the silver Superman template in his own world, it was early morning. When I arrived at Naruto world, it was evening. So the time in each world is not the same. Group members have their own affairs. Carl also continued to take a bath. After taking a shower and drinking a glass of wine, I went to bed and rested. Naruto world. Konoha, in a spacious house. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Osamu, and Naki are sitting in it. Shimaru explained what happened before. That place is indeed a trap. According to the state at the time, if Rope Tree rushed in, I am afraid it would be life-threatening. Ji-Lai also looked scared, it's really dangerous. Fortunately, he rescued Rope Tree. At this time, the Rope Tree knew. The handsome man who appeared suddenly saved his life. At this time, Rope Tree felt very ashamed. He was originally a sunny boy. Before Carl caught him, Rope Tree thought the opponent was an enemy. Unexpectedly, he was here to save himself. Chapter 7 Sign-in Reward, Innocent Carl. Rope Tree was very ashamed. When Carl caught him before, he attacked the opponent. Well, he is a friend of mine. Tsunade nodded. She is the calmest person in the field. After all, she found Carl. Even Tsunade knew that Carl was not from this world. And she also knew that without Carl, the Rope Tree would definitely die. After all, it was because the Rope Tree died that he asked for help in the chat group. Carl is also here. Indeed, he said that he was commissioned by you to save the Rope Tree. Oshimaru looked at Tsunade, hesitant to say something. He pondered for a moment, but couldn't help asking, how do you know this friend? Oshimaru and the others, who grew up in Konoha village with Tsunade. The relationship is very good, similar to the relationship between Konoha's Xiaoqiang. In the village, I have never seen a figure like Carl. So Oshimaru didn't know how Tsunade met each other. Tsunade thought for a while, and said, I met Carl occasionally outside the village. Naturally, it is impossible for her to tell the identity of Carl and the chat group. Even if you say it, it's no good. And the other party may not believe it. So I had to find a reason casually. But he is a very reliable friend, don't worry. Chapter 12. Oshimaru heard the words, and said inexplicably, I had a brief fight with him. No, it is not so much a fight, it is better to say that I was crushed unilaterally. At that time, I didn't see his movements clearly and was hit directly on the ground. If he wants to kill me, I'm afraid I'm already dead. Don't say it's me. Speaking of this, Ashimaru's face showed a deep jealous look. I think even Sarutobi teacher may not be that person's opponent. In fact, he felt that Carl's power was completely superior to his own teacher. Above. After all, he didn't react at all at the time and was knocked down by Carl. And even his teacher, Sarutobi Hizen, couldn't do that. It's just that this kind of thing is naturally hard to say. So Ashimaru is more euphemistic. Ashimaru, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Jala scolded very dissatisfied. Aside, the rope tree is also a little unbelievable. Shiwan saw it, but didn't explain anything. He believed in his own judgment. From the side, Tsunade nodded in agreement. Well, his power is indeed higher than that of Sarutobi-sensei. I don't believe it. Seeing this, Jala still didn't believe it. Tsunade looked a little strange at Jiraiya. Thinking in my heart, even if I don't believe it, I can't help it. Carl Jun was in the original future, but he punched you. She didn't say any more, because she knew that she wouldn't believe what she said. Everyone chatted for a while, and Jala also left with Shiwan. Rope Tree lowered his head and whispered to Tsunade, "That is the person who saved me called Carl." "Well, that's right. Where is brother Carl now?" "Going far away. What's wrong?" "Then, when you come to Konoha, you must tell me, I haven't thanked him yet." Tsunade smiled upon hearing this. "Okay." The next day, Carl was awake early. At this time, he only felt happy, and there was an indescribable sense of refreshment all over his body. It seemed that for the past 20 years or so, he was bound by some invisible shackles. Now finally break free. It's a long-lost beep. Prior to Carl, a check-in period of 25 years was set. As long as you are here, you can automatically sign in. I haven't heard the system prompt for a long time. Now that I heard this suddenly, I still feel a little uncomfortable. He nodded. Sign in. As the system's prompt sound fell, a piece of clothing that was entirely black appeared in front of Carl. He immediately reached out and caught the clothing. Open it and take a look. Huge cloak, S logo on the chest. It was the suit that Superman wore in the movie. It's just that the one in his hand is black. Carl looked a little weird. He walked to the cloakroom and took out a red and blue jersey. He bought it at the chat group store early this morning. Compare the two suits. Well, except for the color, it's exactly the same. Haha. Isn't this a waste of points? Although a few hundred points are not much, but there is a sense of waste inexplicably. Okay, it's actually not a waste. After all, the colors are different, although Carl himself prefers black suits. But when the security is not complete, I want to wear a blue one. Put the two suits back into the cloakroom, and Carl made a simple breakfast. After washing, Carl sat quietly in a chair to rest. At this time, his phone rang. After a glance, the remarks person is Sky. Hello? What's the matter? Didn't it mean going out shopping today? What time? Carl was taken aback when he heard the words, but quickly reacted, now. Chapter 13. Then you come to my house to pick me up. Good. The person who called Carl was named Sky. That is, an agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, the mixed-race beauty, the shockwave girl. However, Sky has not yet joined S.H.I.E.L.D. There are no superpowers either. Instead, he became one of Carl's girlfriends. Although Carl was considered an ordinary person before today. But how is he also tall, rich, and handsome? Of course there is no shortage of girlfriends, and not just one. A girlfriend in high school, a girlfriend in college, plus an Asian actor. Carl guessed, it's actually not too much? Well, he thought he was still innocent. Didn't you see why Tony Stark often makes headlines? After changing into a casual outfit, Carl trimmed his hairstyle a bit. Then, his figure flashed, and Carl disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Carl appeared in a small room. Compared with his room, this room is a bit cramped. But Carl didn't care. He walked around the room with ease. When I walked to the bathroom door, I finally found a beautiful figure, putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Carl greeted with a smile, "Hi, Sky." Carl. Sky, who was born under makeup, was taken aback and looked at Carl in disbelief. Why did you arrive so soon?" Sky was preparing when he called Carl. "Didn't expect the other party to come so fast?" "You know, her home is not close to Carl's." Carl walked into the bathroom and said with a smile, "Well, I will tell you in a moment." He came to Sky and stroked the other person's hair, "But now, I think it's a bit early, we should go to sleep for a while." Seeing Carl's movements, Sky immediately knew what the other party wanted to do. She looked at the lipstick in her hand and whispered, "But, I just finished the makeup. Isn't that just right?" Carl kissed Sky lightly. Picking up each other, walked to the bedroom. Chapter 8 Sky begs for mercy, Carl loses money. Noon. Carl took a bottle of red wine and a glass from the refrigerator. After pouring a glass of wine, I tasted it comfortably. At this moment, Sky was lying lazily on the sofa wrapped in a quilt. Carl smiled and asked, "Where do you live with me?" "Anyway, I have a lot of real estate, and the place is big enough." Sky, who was resting, shook his head and refused, "No, I am not a place where I live." "Okay." Carl shrugged, taking it for granted. This is not the first time he has invited Sky. It's just that the other party just doesn't live in his house. After thinking about it, Carl laughed, "If you don't go, but today we have to buy a firmer bed. Although the bed is fine, it still delays sleep, isn't it?" Sky Win-Yan immediately took out the pillow under him and slammed it at Carl. "Not because of you, bastard." There was a hint of resentment in her words. "What's the matter with you today, you are so excited?" "It's noon, and it also collapsed my bed." You know, when she called Carl in the morning, it was just 7 or 8 o'clock. Sky also knew that the card was great. After all, Carl has been practicing fighting since he was a child. She is also ready to spend more than an hour. Unexpectedly, the other party was so powerful today. Carl smiled nonchalantly, "What's this? As long as I want to, it won't matter until tomorrow." "Bring it, come on if you have the ability." "Really?" Carl smiled and walked to Sky. Sky noticed Carl's change and was shocked. "No, really? Are you human?" Carl raised his eyebrows, "Otherwise." Sky buried his head in the quilt and begged for mercy, "I was wrong, I was just joking. I don't have any strength now, you are great. You win." Carl smiled when he heard the words and patted Sky. "Then I picked up the wine glass on the coffee table and felt happy." Chapter 14. In fact, he was telling the truth. If it hadn't been for realizing that Sky was too tired, Carl could indeed continue. After all, he now has the Silver Superman template, which is completely different from before. "Well, I just didn't expect that within a few hours, the bed collapsed. I can only say that Sky's room is really not very good." Not knowing whether it was out of self-esteem or something, Sky did not live in Carl's house. Instead, he chose to live in a cabin he rented. It's just that she doesn't know. Carl had already contacted the landlord and offered a price that was 15% higher than the market price. "Bought this house. I have to say that the house prices here are really cheap. Even if it was 15% higher than the market price, it was much lower than Carl expected. It now appears that cheap goods are not good. The bed has collapsed. The quality is really not good, so I should go to the cellar to get a theory. Now I have to pay Sky's bed money. What a profiteer." Sky rested for a while, then slowly got up to wash. Carl had already drunk a bottle of red wine and washed it. After 2 o'clock, Sky finished packing. Because the bed collapsed, they had to go out and buy a bed. Therefore, some personal belongings at home must be packed. Of course, you have to eat first. The two first went to a high-end restaurant for dinner, and then went directly to the nearby shopping mall. This time, Carl directly spent $2,000 to buy a bed. Speaking of which, he still feels a little regretful. Why is there no more expensive in this mall? He didn't believe it, this time the bed could collapse again? Because Sky had to sleep at home at night, they took the delivery staff directly to Sky's house. The delivery staff is of course very enthusiastic. Although this room is not big, it doesn't look very good. But what Carl bought was a bed worth more than $2,000 after all. It is usually difficult to sell one in a month. Look at these two, they are the big bosses of rich people and status. Naturally, treat it well. After delivering the bed, it was past 5 o'clock. Sky sat on the brand new bed. What shall we do now? Shall we go to your bar? There are few people in the bar now, so it's boring to go. Yes, what do we do? Try the quality of this bed first, and then go to eat. Sky was slightly surprised when he heard that. Try the quality of the bed. Isn't this bed very good? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kaker. He laughed softly. The bed is good or bad, but you can't tell. We have to try it ourselves. After all, Carl went to bed too. 3 hours later, Carl still went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of wine and a glass. He doesn't smoke, but he likes to drink. Most of the wine in Sky's house was brought by Carl from the bar. The purpose, naturally. Sky lay on the bed and looked at Carl quietly. Really, why do you feel like you are a different person today? Carl brows. Really? Because I collapsed the bed. Not at all. Sky gave him a white glance, and then muttered to himself, I can't tell, it doesn't seem to have changed. It's just a feeling, and his attitude has changed a lot. I guess so. Carl smiled, non-committal. Before he knew that the world he was in was the Marvel world, he was naturally a little bit stressed. Although he is very rich. In this world, money is not very useful. After all, there are too many powerful existences. I won't say anything about Thanos. Jin is not the same, and Carl didn't think about how to deal with him. Chapter 15. But now, with the Silver Superman template, Carl has the power to protect himself. Naturally, the mentality cannot be the same as before. At the very least, for someone who wants to buy and sell his bar, Carl wants to hammer him. Although Carl thought about it before, he estimated that he probably couldn't beat the opponent before. Now, hee. But that is not important. Have time to hammer the opponent again. After all, 3 days later, the other party also said that he would find the door himself. Now, naturally it is more important to accompany the girl. Sky rested for a while, then washed again. The two set off for Carl's bar. Carl's bar is called Smith Bar. This is the name given by the old man. The reason why Carl didn't cash out the bar was because he liked to drink and wanted to find a place to go. On the other hand, it also means commemoration. One of the bars is in Queens, not far from his home. The other one is located in Manhattan. To be honest, Jin did not spend $1 million to buy his bar in Queens. The price is relatively fair. The Smith Bar in Queens, although the venue is large, there are also many valuable wines. In fact, everything is packaged and sold together, which is not worth $1 million. It can be said that the price given by Jinhee is very good. But the price is good and the price is good, and strong buying and selling is another matter. After all, Carl is worth tens of billions. Will he be short of money for a bar? Chapter 9. Smith Bar, Queens. This is one of the most luxurious bars in New York City. Not only many young people like it here. Many elites will come here for a drink. The performance of the bar is very good, often before dark, many people enter. Many shop assistants feel that if it were not for the boss who didn't want to open a branch, Smith Bar would be spread all over the country. The traffic of this hotel is also one of the reasons why Jinhee has taken a fancy to it. At this moment, a corner of the bar is scattered in Taichung. There are more than a dozen people here, sitting in 3 scattered platforms. Each of them wore black suits and sunglasses, and they looked uncomfortable at first glance. Among them, there is a bald man wearing a leather jacket. This man is very weird. There is a target in the middle of his forehead. He is the supervillain of Kim Hee, Lester. That is, the bullseye. He has a natural throwing ability and is very accurate in throwing anything. Bullseye can even kill people with teeth and paper airplanes. In addition, he is also a martial artist, weapon master, and marksman. Simply put, the positioning is similar to the Hawkeye in the Avengers. His experience is richer. He has been a mercenary, a professional baseball player, and a killer. Today, he is working for the underground emperor of New York City, Jinhee. Today, when the bullseye brought people to the bar, it was naturally ordered by Jin Bin. The younger brothers who are leading you, familiarize yourself with your own territory in advance. After all, this bar. After 2 days, it will be a golden union. He never thought that Carl would reject his terms. After all, the conditions are really good. Even the bullseye and the younger brother didn't think Carl would refuse. However, the bullseye felt that this mission was very boring. He was a killer before, and even received the task of assassinating Jin Bin. It's just that the conditions given by the Gold Union are good enough, so they will do things for the Gold Union. Today's task of familiarizing yourself with the site in advance is really uninteresting. Who makes money and gives more money? Even if they don't want to, they can only do it. It's so boring. Just ask someone to do this. The bullseye picked up the wine glass and walked to the dance floor. Let's go and have some fun. So, he looked around, looking for the one he liked. Chapter 16. After searching for a while, I finally found a beautiful woman. The bullseye didn't hesitate, and went straight to strike up a conversation. However, the other party has a male partner. The tall blonde man was very domineering. He consciously is a head higher than the bullseye, and of course he won't suffer. And in front of the woman I like, how can I show my masculinity? The blonde man pushed the bullseye directly away. Fuck. You freak with a birthmark on your head, don't you have eyes? William, what a good job. The female companion on the side cheered upon hearing the words. The man named William smiled triumphantly. I thought tonight, maybe there will be a show. However, at this moment, he did not notice that the bullseye that he pushed aside revealed a grinning smile. Brother is very strong. The bullseye drew a dagger from his waist and threw it out suddenly. The dagger pierced William's hand very accurately. William only felt a sharp pain from his hand. Inadvertently, there was a sharp blade in his palm. The palm of his hand was oozing blood continuously at this moment. Ah! William held his palm tightly, trying to pull the sharp blade out. However, the pain was so intense that he dared not touch it at all. William's female companion, and several young people nearby, also discovered the anomaly here. Panicked instantly. However, this time, William's female companion only felt that a flower was in front of her. In the next moment, William and the strange bald figure disappeared in an instant. Smith's bar, in a street corner in the distance. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the dark alley that was empty. William and the bullseye looked blankly at the moment, looking at the surrounding environment very surprised. They have no idea what happened. The same is true for Sky. At this moment, Carl spoke indifferently. He looked at William and said, "Your palm is injured. There is a hospital a few hundred meters to the south." Hey? Oh. William subconsciously nodded in agreement. He glanced at his palm randomly. But he found that the sharp blade that should have been inserted in his hand somehow disappeared. This is of course a good thing, but he has to see a doctor as soon as possible. Also, stay away from the bald lunatic. William looked at the bull's-eye in fear for a moment, and then ran out of the alley. Thank you, sir and madam. At this time, thanks came from the edge of the alley. It seemed that he felt that he might be saved by strange men and women who suddenly appeared. Okay, then next, it's you. Carl was playing with a blood-stained dagger. He looked indifferent and looked at the bull's-eye in front of him. Just now, after Carl entered his own bar, he heard the screams. After using supervision, the two people who were involved in the accident were immediately found. So as not to cause confusion, he brought the two men out. Well, there is Sky. After all, it's his own bar. This kind of thing will definitely affect other customers. Moreover, the weird bald man in front of him seemed familiar. Think about it carefully, isn't it just Jin Bin's subordinates? What does this product do in your own bar? Carl, what's going on? At this moment, Sky reacted and asked Carl in disbelief. She didn't know what was going on, but she got here with a blink of an eye. Carl smiled, well, probably, I suddenly awakened to superpowers. Chapter 17. Does the Superman in the comics know? My ability is probably about the same as him. The Marvel world he lives in has Superman comics and movies. Although unbelievable, it is true. Really? Are you kidding? Sky looked at Carl in disbelief. Are you kidding? Haven't you experienced it? After all, the bed collapsed. Hey? Ah! Hearing this, Sky was stunned for a moment, then his face flushed. Obviously, she understood what Carl said and experienced it meant. Whizzing! At this moment, two dark shadows flew towards Carl and Sky. Carl grabbed it casually and grabbed the two things in his hand. He looked at the bull's-eye indifferently. Do you dare to attack us and want to die? The bull's-eye saw Carl catch his dart and was startled. He killed many people with darts. Ordinary people like Carl should not be able to avoid it. Carl Smith. The bull's-eye sneered, you are just a rich second generation. Dare to talk to me like this, don't you want to live anymore? It seems that Jin is not going to save the money to buy a bar. He understands Carl's information. Although I don't know how the opponent caught the dart. But the bull's-eye certainly wouldn't be afraid of such a young man. He reached out and took out two darts. At this moment, the bull's-eye suddenly felt a pain in his hand. Look over it subconsciously. He saw a sharp blade and two darts inserted in his hand at some unknown time. This sharp blade was thrown out by his previous attack. The bull's-eye was cold and sweaty, and he resisted without screaming. He looked at Carl in disbelief, you. At this time, Carl had already arrived in front of the opponent. I said, you are looking for death. Carl's eyes irradiated with red light, directly dissolving the right hand of the bull's-eye. Chapter 10 Super Hypnotism, Fearful Bull's-eye. Bull's-eye is a very talented person. It is not an exaggeration to say that his throwing ability is a super ability. After all, ordinary people cannot be like him. Just use paper airplanes and toothpicks. But even if he has this special ability. Of course, I have never seen Carl's ability to emit light from his eyes. But now, the bull's-eye is no longer surprised. But screamed in pain. Originally, even if he had a dagger and two darts in his hand, it was very painful. But he still forcibly endured, screaming desire. After all, the bull's-eye can be said to be a man who has experienced many battles. Mercenaries and killers are not for nothing. It's just that he couldn't bear it this time. The entire arm is directly dissolved, how can this be tolerated? Carl stopped his hot side attack. He saw him stepping on the mouth of the bull's-eye and directly blocked his mouth. He kept this position, looking at the bull's-eye against the wall. Carl said calmly, be quiet, Understand? He didn't just say a word, but he was also using super hypnotism. This is the ability of Superman Silver to instantly hypnotize the bullseye. In an instant, the look of the bullseye changed. He looked at Carl, nodding his head repeatedly, with a respectful expression. It's like facing your own master. Carl took his feet away. Let's talk about it. What do you do in my bar? At this time, the bullseye took a deep breath for a while. Only then can I barely control myself without screaming. Chapter 18. It's so painful. He trembled and said, "It's Jin and let me come." Golden Union. Carl was slightly surprised, and then asked, "What do you want to do?" He said, "This bar, 2 days later, this is his. Let me bring my little brothers to familiarize themselves with the site in advance." Ha ha! Carl chuckled softly. "Those who took you with you, get out immediately. Don't be conceited." After speaking, Carl lifted the super hypnotism. Then he stopped paying attention to each other. He walked to Sky. In the next instant, the two of them suddenly disappeared. Ho ho ho! The target's eye leaned against the wall and slipped to the ground weakly. He breathed the air in a big mouth. Until now, he was still dumbfounded in his mind. I didn't figure out what was going on at all. Before that, he was a rich second generation who looked down upon him. He could actually catch his dart, and the red light could be shot in his eyes. It was crazy, so crazy that he couldn't believe it. At this time, the pain in the right arm still came. The bullseye glanced at the dissolved right arm. Have to believe all this. Moreover, what happened after the other party dissolved his arm? Why did you go straight away? Fuck! What a shame! After a while, the bullseye stood up cursingly. He silently took out the phone and called the men in the bar. Let those little brothers leave with themselves. After all, that's what the person said when he left just now. If you don't do what the other party said, the target's eyes are uncertain, and you still have a life to survive. In fact, the blink of an eye does not know. The reason why he survived was entirely because of Sky. If only Carl was here. Then he had nothing to say, so he killed the bullseye. But at this time, Sky was walking with him. Carl also didn't want to kill people directly in front of Sukai. Biscuit is just an ordinary person now. It was not an agent of SHIELD, and she had not even awakened the superpowers that belonged to her. Ordinary people may not feel comfortable seeing the scene of murder. Simply let the bullseye live longer. Anyway, sooner or later, Carl will go to find the gold and settle the account. On the other side, Carl returned to his bar with Sky. Carl ordered 2 glasses of wine. Next to the bar, I looked at the crowd on the dance floor indifferently. Sky had been staring at Carl. Suddenly, Carl turned his head and chuckled softly, "What's the matter, am I just so good looking? It's so stinky." Sky snorted and ignored him. After a while, she couldn't help but curiously asked, "Do you really have superpowers?" Carl joked, "Money skills? Of course, didn't you know that I was rich?" Sky was not angry. He glanced at him in vain, "I mean just now, the ability to shine in the eyes. Otherwise, you didn't see it with your own eyes just now." "All right." Sky nodded when he heard that, indeed. Although unbelievable, she saw it just now. Carl dissolves the bullseye arm with his hot sight. "Then what superpowers do you have?" "A lot: flying, super speed, super power, biological standpoint and so on. It feels like the Superman in the comics." Carl didn't hide it either, and gave a rough overview of his abilities. "Superman? Isn't that super awesome?" When Sky heard the words, he asked curiously, "Then can you take me to fly?" Chapter 19. After all, the human dream of flying has never stopped. Now that there is a chance, Sky certainly wants to experience it. "Yes," Carl smiled and drank the wine in his hand. Then, he gently embraced Sky's waist. The two of them disappeared in the Smith bar. Almost at the same time, Carl and Sky appeared in the air. Looking at the receding scene below, Sky was so excited that he couldn't help cheering. The two came to the top of the Empire State Building. Here is a famous landmark building, 400 corn high, overlooking the entire United States. It is evaluated as one of the 7 major projects in the modern world. Sky was very happy in the evening breeze. Carl is also in a good mood when he sees the other person. He smiled. Shall we leave first? Hey? Why? Wait a minute. With that, Carl grabbed Sky's slender waist. The next moment, they appeared at Carl's house. After taking 2 glasses and a bottle of red wine, the two figures once again appeared at the top of the Empire State Building. Carl opened the wine, and when it was full, he handed Sky a glass. Sky smiled and toasted, "Cheers." After drinking, Sky was a little bit drunk. He took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Carl kissed her, and then the two of them disappeared again. Carl felt that it was time to go to Sky's house. Look at the quality of the newly bought bed. 3 hours later, Carl looked at the sleeping Sky and went into the bathroom to wash. Well, the newly bought bed is quite sturdy. You get what you pay for. After washing, Carl used his supervision to search for it. Soon, he found the bullseye. The bullseye is at a pier at this time. Around it, there were dozens of younger brothers in black suits who looked full of momentum. There was even a strong bald man sitting in the stretch car not far away. This man is 2 meters tall, full of muscles, like a little giant. Gold End. Chapter 11 Daredevil Action, Depressed Bullseye. New York City Port. At this moment, the Daredevil wearing a red suit was hiding in the corner of the pier. Daredevil, named Matthew Michael Murdock. He is a superhero in the Marvel Universe. When I was young, I was blind because of an accident. But his blindness greatly enhanced his other senses. He can even hear sounds from a few kilometers away. Daredevil has practiced boxing and fighting skills since he was a child, and his speed and strength are far beyond ordinary people. Thus, Matthew worked as an honest lawyer during the day. At night, he becomes a daredevil and punishes criminals. His ears moved, and he had an instant insight into the situation nearby. Daredevil's expression became difficult to look. Jin Rong came here in person. Not long ago, he solved the small heads of several underground forces. Accidentally learned a news. Tonight, there was a large amount of smuggled goods at the pier. There is even flour and munitions. As a superhero, he certainly cannot sit back and watch when he learns of such things. Daredevil, who had heard the news in advance, was ready to ambush here in advance. But what he didn't expect was Chapter 20. This smuggling actually involved the underground emperor of New York City, Jin Bin. As a superhero, Daredevil often fights criminals. Jin Bin's business spreads all over the United States. Daredevil destroyed a lot of Jindo's business, and was also injured by Jindo. The grievance between the two is not just a sentence, it can be said clearly. Originally, Daredevil had a hard time winning against the Gold. The previous few battles, most of the time, were suppressed. What's more, this time, Daredevil sensed that Jin and brought many of his men. Those little brothers, one by one, were holding rifles and looked on guard. Obviously, Daredevil knew that this time he was probably not Jin's opponent. After all, the number of each other is too much. Do you still want to make a move? Think in another direction. In this smuggling transaction, Jin did not appear in person. It is conceivable that the value of the goods should be extremely high. Otherwise, Jin Bin, the king of the underground forces, would not come in person. Although I may not be able to beat them this time, sometimes the victory may not always be in the battle. I just need to destroy the smuggled items. After a moment of contemplation, Daredevil decided to take action. If there is really no way, just run away. As time went by, several small boats approached the pier. On those small boats, some figures came down and began to unload the cargo. Jin did not get out of the car at this time, as if those goods are not his. However, a few younger brothers stepped forward to liquidate the goods. It should be these things. Daredevil is sure, this is after the smuggled goods. He immediately set off for action. A dark phantom rushed towards the little brother wearing a black suit at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he came behind the nearest little brother. Then with the excellent speed and night, no one found him. Daredevil stunned the little brother directly, and then snatched the rifle in the opponent's hand. Then, he snatched the gun from the younger brother next to him. Taking 2 guns, Daredevil didn't stop, turned around and ran towards the port. Pin one gun under the armpit and shoot with another rifle. The direction he attacked was not only the cargo, but also the direction of the ship. Although the way of shooting ships and cargo with a gun is a bit silly, but Daredevil can only take a gamble. After all, he was not sure about fighting with Jin Bin and the younger brother head-on. I can only hope that the intelligence is true. There are flour and arms in the smuggled goods. If he has heavy weapons, he can still explode those things with a rifle. Daredevil possesses super perceptual ability, even if he can't see it, his shooting accuracy is very high. Most of the bullets hit the target. However, the explosion he expected did not happen. Doesn't it work? Daredevil frowned, but his hand did not stop. Still shooting with a gun continuously. At this time, those little brothers standing around the car also discovered the anomaly on Daredevil's side. The bullseye looked at Daredevil's figure, and said gloomily, "Come with me and solve him." After he went to the hospital to bandage the wound, he immediately returned to Jin Bin. I told Jin about what happened in the bar before. To be honest, Kim did not believe what the other party said. After all, this matter is really incredible. Of course Kim didn't investigate Carl Smith. Otherwise, he would not rush to buy Carl's bar. He knew that Carl was just a rich man. It seems that they are shareholders of several large companies, and they are somewhat powerful. It's just that Kim doesn't care. The other party is always impossible, because of a small bar, and himself. Of course, companies like Stark Industries and AOG Group are not easy to mess with. To be honest, the price given by Jinhee is also very suitable. This is already considering the price given by the big companies behind Carl and the value of the bar itself. Chapter 21. If Carl himself did not have shares in those big companies, he would not even give a price of $1 million. Now, I have given my face and money. The other party will never know whether it is good or bad, right? You know, the place where Jin is really powerful is the underground forces. Really want to turn his face, it is purely because the other party does not know what is good or bad. Therefore, he never thought that the other party would refuse. So today we sent out the bullseye and went to the bar to get familiar with it. Unexpectedly, the bullseye was seriously injured, even missing an arm. Carl Smith shot a laser in his eyes, dissolving his arm. What a joke! Jin didn't think the other party was playing tricks on himself. But the injury of the bullseye is real. He didn't know what was going on. A batch of important goods arrived today, and Jin didn't have the time to manage Carl's affairs for the time being. After all, there was a lot of flour and munitions in that shipment. The value is extremely high. As for the bar, it will be the same tomorrow. He didn't believe that Carl's rich second generation could really shoot laser light from his eyes. It is precisely because Jin does not believe in bullseye. So the bullseye is very upset now. Seeing someone coming to make trouble, he naturally sighed. The bullseye took out a sharp blade and slammed it at Daredevil. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. This guy is dead. After all, not everyone can catch his own throwing knife. What's more, it's still night, and the angle I chose is extremely tricky. However, the next moment, Daredevil easily escaped the flying knife of the bullseye. After all, his most powerful is his perception ability. What's the situation? The bullseye was taken aback. Why did the flying knife that used to be made all the time fail today? He didn't believe in evil, so he threw out more throwing knives. But they were avoided one by one. Chapter 12 Changed Mind, Shocked Golden Union. Many throwing knives were thrown from the bullseye, but they were all avoided by Daredevil. This makes him a little skeptical of life. Is it not that his enemy is too strong, but that he has become weak? How can the two enemies attacked today be able to dodge? No, the demon Carl didn't avoid it. 2 or 3 meters away, the opponent can catch it. In addition, red laser light can be emitted from the eyes. It's a devil. At this time, Daredevil could not continue shooting those goods because of being attacked. After thinking about it, he was ready to run away. Not only is Chimera very difficult to deal with, but there is also a guy who throws a throwing knife. Although Daredevil moved all the opponent's throwing knives away. But in fact, he is not easy. The flying knife of the bullseye is accurate and fast. Even Daredevil had to concentrate if he wanted to avoid it. After a while, Jin and came, he may not be an opponent. So Daredevil ran away decisively. However, there was a shadow over him at this time. Look up. A giant like a hill, I don't know when, came to him. / It's you again, Daredevil / Jinhee's expression was cold, and his huge fist suddenly slammed out. Facing this powerful punch, Daredevil didn't take it hard. Instead, he raised the blind stick in his hand and pushed it aside. Originally, Daredevil was planning to run away. Chapter 22. But now, Kim has not joined the war. Even if he wants to run, he will be dragged by the opponent. Simply fought with Jin. The fighting skills of the two are very superb. However, it can be seen that Daredevil is still at a disadvantage. Even with a weapon, facing the bare-handed Jin Bin, he still suffered. Although the opponent only smashed him a few punches, Jin Bin's punches could collapse the wall. That is, Daredevil's physical fitness is different from that of ordinary people, otherwise he would have been beaten to death. Boom! Jin Bin punched Daredevil's blind stick. Daredevil retreated directly to the rear. He intends to leave. At this time, 2 shadows shot on Daredevil's leg. A closer look reveals 2 darts. Bullseye. He had observed it before. Daredevil's right leg was hammered twice by gold, which seemed a little insensitive. Upon seeing this, Jin quickly stepped forward. He came to Daredevil and grabbed Daredevil's injured right leg with one hand. Not waiting for Daredevil to resist. Boom! With a loud noise, Daredevil hit the ground directly. Daredevil only felt pain all over his body. He attacked Jin Bin's arm with the blind stick in his hand, but the opponent still held his leg tightly. His blind stick is not a stick used by ordinary blind people. It is a special weapon, usually used as a blind stick. Boom! 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 After several consecutive beatings, Daredevil was smashed. Jin Bin's strength is too great. Daredevil is not only in pain, but also a little unconscious in his mind. Jin didn't see that the other party stopped resisting and didn't fall anymore. Instead, he stretched out his other hand and drew out a pistol. Daredevil, you have been doing the right thing with me, and you have caused me a lot of loss. Now is your death date. Daredevil shook as he felt the gun against his temple. He wanted to struggle, but the injury was too serious. I don't know how to live or die, and I dare to destroy our plan alone. On the side, dissatisfied that Daredevil dodged the target of his flying knife, sneered again and again. Jin loaded the pistol and pulled the trigger. That's it. Daredevil closed his eyes in despair. He did not expect. The smuggling news I got accidentally today could actually be the cause of my death. Boom! The bullet was shot out. However, the next moment, the pain in my imagination did not come. Daredevil opened his eyes. At this moment, a man with black hair and black eyes suddenly appeared beside him. This person was smiling, holding Jin Bin's muzzle in his hand. Daredevil didn't recognize the person in front of him. Carl Smith. He was taken aback and looked at Carl in disbelief. Carl nodded calmly. Unexpectedly, he could still encounter such a drama. Yu Guang glanced at Daredevil. Carl looked a little weird. Chapter 23. Because he had a girlfriend when he was in college. Is also one of today's girlfriends. It is the heroine in the Daredevil movie, Erica. This girl not only has a hot body, but also has a wild personality. So seeing Daredevil, I feel a bit. Jin Bin looked at Carl coldly, Carl, do you dare to stop me, don't think I dare not do it to you, yes, Carl smiled at Jin Bin. He came here today because of the bar. Since this man wants to buy his bar, he has to talk about it. Go to hell, Jin did a low growl, trying to withdraw the gun Carl had grabbed. However, only then did he find out. I can't get it out. How can it be? His body shape is several times that of the other party. Needless to say, the power naturally. Daredevil is not as powerful as himself. How is it possible that Carl is an ordinary person? Demon, At this time, the bullseye also saw Carl. He exclaimed and turned around and ran away. By the way, there are you, Carl turned his head and looked at the bullseye. In the eyes, red light shone. Two beams of red light shine directly on each other. In an instant, the figure of the bullseye was dissolved in an instant. Not even a bit of dross was left. Jinhee and Daredevil saw this, instantly sluggish. What did they see? This person's eyes fired a laser, killing the person. Although the two of them are very powerful in combat, Daredevil's abilities can be observed within a few kilometers. It's also a kind of superpower. But seeing Carl's thermal vision still couldn't help being shocked. Jinhee recovered and noticed that Carl seemed to be holding a bullet in his hand. He looked at Carl in disbelief, you, Think carefully. I had fired a shot just now. Where's the bullet? No one is hurt? Wouldn't it be blocked by this person? Originally, Jin was very confident in his combat effectiveness. But no matter how confident he is just an ordinary person. Before, Bullseye told him. Carl is fast and can shoot lasers in his eyes. Jin did not listen to it as a joke. Still thinking about it, that kid. One punch yourself can beat the opponent to death. Result. Now I see Carl kill the bullseye with his thermal vision, and catch the bullet in his hand. He dared not do anything with each other at all. Carl looked at Jin Bin and suddenly smiled. Originally, he wanted to solve each other. But now, watching Jin and going on the road like this, there is no intention to do it. Carl changed his mind. He looked at Jin Bin. I heard, you want to buy my bar. Chapter 24. Jin Bing was in a cold sweat. This is the plan. He didn't know how to face Carl. Are you rich? Well, there are some. I'm quite rich, you know. King didn't know what Carl meant by this. But I can only bite the bullet and answer, I know. My bank card has lost $10 billion recently. The smile on Carl's face is even worse. I think you can help me find it, don't you think? Jinwei was taken aback and looked at Carl in disbelief. 10 billion. This is blatant blackmail. Moreover, this money is too much. Chapter 13. The Underground Emperor? Really pull the crotch. Jin Bin is meticulous, and his wisdom is far beyond ordinary people. What Carl said just now is rich, and he said he can help find it. Most people may be confused at that time. It's my business if you have money. But Jin did not immediately understand that the other party wanted to blackmail him. Moreover, the amount of extortion is too big. $10 billion? You seem to be dreaming. Is it true that money is not money? Jin is the largest underground boss in New York City and even the United States. His sphere of influence is all over the world. And it is involved in many aspects such as real estate, technology, biology, and industry. Jin Bin's assets, according to his own estimation, there are more than 30 billion. This is already a lot. In a way, Jin and can be said to be an inspirational model of the Marvel world. After all, his father is just an underground boss. Jin and almost started from scratch. It can be said that millions of ordinary people. There may not necessarily be a person who can do his part. After all, this is more than 30 billion. Great knife. But even if he has accumulated a lot of wealth, it is even enough to rank in the Marvel world. But what Carl wanted was a bit too cruel. 10 billion. Jin Bin himself did not have 10 billion funds in his hands. After all, there is still a big difference between assets and funds. A lot of assets can be counted in it. For example, the company, real estate, even flour. Just worth the money. But funding can only be money. What Carl wants is the funds that can be put into the bank card. It's not that Jin doesn't want to give each other. In fact, there is no such amount of money in his hands. Aside, Daredevil went through a short period of time. I also want to understand the meaning of the dialogue between Carl and Jin Bin. Blackmail? This surprised him very much. What's the situation? What happened to this Asian man who suddenly appeared? The opponent possesses such a powerful force, and he also saved himself and prevented Jin Bin. Looks like a partner of justice. That's right, this one should be a superhero. However, just when he thought so, only found that Carl was blackmailing the gold merger? This scene. Chapter 25. It makes Daredevil who knows gold and fine details feel very weird. Unexpectedly, Kim did not have such a time. Carl hesitated when he saw Kim. Suddenly I was a little surprised. 10 billion is quite a lot, but compared to life, everyone knows how to choose. It seems that this Jin doesn't want to live anymore. I had already given the opponent a chance, but I didn't expect that Jin would not cherish it. I don't know what this person thinks. The smile on Carl's face did not change, but his eyes shone with red light. He looked at Jin Bin and smiled and said, / it seems that you can't help me find money / it's a pity / With that said, Carl wanted to solve the Golden Union. Jin also saw the red light in Carl's eyes and immediately changed his face. He hurriedly begged for mercy, / Mr. Carl, please don't do this, / Carl ignored the other party's meaning. Jin Bin was surprised. Are you done? This Carl's superpower is too weird. The bull's eye is directly melted. He is probably not an opponent either. Do you want to do it? Pity. The price requested by the other party is too high. The funds in his hands are all pooled together. It is estimated to be only a few $billions. Jin he was thinking very fast in his heart. As a result, at this moment, Carl stopped suddenly. He looked at Jin Bin with a strange expression. / you are poorer than I thought / what? Jin did not know why Carl said that for a moment. Is he poor? Jin didn't feel that he was poor. He started from scratch and now has more than 30 billion assets. Never thought that I would be linked to the word poverty. However, Carl's words are not very easy to refute. Aside, Daredevil was also surprised. He and Jin are not old rivals. Know that this underground emperor has a lot of property. Especially the flower trade, Daredevil has destroyed countless times. Of course I know what Kim does. It's not good to return. But you have to say he has no money. Daredevil was the first to disagree. At this time, Carl continued to Jin and said, "Since you are not as rich as I thought that can only be changed of course, this price cannot be changed He thought for a moment, and then said, "You still want me to get back $10 billion. It's just that I can get back $2 billion for the time being The rest of the money, when you have money, then give it to, help me find it But it must be calculated according to bank interest After speaking, Carl asked King and asked, "What do you think?" What? Jin did not expect this kind of change. He had no idea what was going on. But he thought for a moment, and then immediately agreed. Good Although 2 billion funds are still a lot for him. But it's not impossible to get it out. After all, life is the most important thing. If you die, it's useless to keep the money. Chapter 26. Well, this is my card number, please write it down. With that, Carl gave his bank card number to Jin Bin. After reading the other party's note, Carl chuckled and said, "By the way, I hope to see my $2 billion in 3 days. The remaining 8 billion in interest will be found for me within 3 years. Return. I believe you don't want accidents, do you?" When Jin heard this, he nodded quickly, yes. Only. How did he feel? What Carl said seemed familiar. Think carefully. Isn't this what I said when I wrote to Carl before? Thinking of this, Jin did not smile wryly. This one is really grudges. It's just, how could this suddenly change his plan? Change to this way of extortion? But he couldn't say more, so he agreed, "I will transfer the money to you as soon as possible, tomorrow at the latest." Well, Carl nodded. Actually, he was puzzled just now, when Jin did not give the money. Suddenly found that he was a silver Superman template. There is an ability called mind reading. So he used it subconsciously. Therefore, from then to now, Kim didn't think, Carl knew everything. Therefore, he will change the way. Let the other party give 2 billion knives first. After all, no matter how much it is, gold does not necessarily have it. To be honest, Jin Bin's funds are less than Carl imagined. Billions of knives are about the same as him. This is what the underground emperor of New York City almost meant. Life money is paid in installments. Pull the hips. As for why Carl didn't kill Jin and it can be said that there is no reason. Look at the other party's points, not attacking is just one aspect. Money for life is also on the one hand. More, it's just a whim. After all, Kim Ho and him have no hatred. It's just that the opponent is out of luck and bumps into his head. As for the others, heroes and villains, Carl didn't want to manage too much. Occasionally encounter an annoying person, just get rid of it. He will not go all over the world to find villains and clean up. That would be a bit boring. Chapter 14. These little brothers are really nice and photogenic. Carl never thought about becoming the kind of hero who will solve all the villains. Not interested. He just does things according to his own mood. Not pleasing to the eye, or provoke him, Carl will shoot. No matter what the identity of the other party is. Common people, rich people, heroes, villains. In his eyes, it doesn't matter. The important thing is yourself. Just do it. Carl looked at Jin Bin, and said, "Since you are going to buy life, help me find money. Then I will go first, and there are still things to be done. As for this guy, let him go today, whatever you like from now on." Jin also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Okay, you go slowly." Carl nodded, preparing to leave. Chapter 27. At this moment, Daredevil spoke suddenly. How can you do this, backslash. Backslash Jin Bin is the largest underground boss in New York City. Backslash. Backslash you have such a powerful force, why don't you punish him, but ask him for money? Backslash Carl glanced at Daredevil, his expression indifferent. Backslash no reason. Backslash. Backslash what I have to say is because I want to do it. Backslash. With that, Carl kicked Daredevil. Backslash who? Backslash. The figure of Daredevil flew upside down in an instant and fell into the sea. Then, Carl's figure flashed and flew into the sky. Almost for an instant, he disappeared. Jin looked up. Looking at the direction of Carl's departure, he didn't say a word for a long time. Now, behind Jin Bin was soaked in cold sweat. He didn't expect that Carl still had the ability to fly. The bullseye didn't tell him this. Who is this Carl Smith? Obviously, the data he investigated was an ordinary person. But now, who told him that Carl was an ordinary person? Jin didn't crash that person directly. Can ordinary people shoot lasers in their eyes to dissolve people? Can ordinary people fly? After a while, he didn't relax. At this time, several younger brothers in black suits came to him. Backslash boss, do we want to solve Daredevil? Backslash. Jinping glanced at these little brothers. He glanced at the sea not far away, and said in a deep voice, no need. After all, he still remembers what Carl said. So he didn't shoot against Daredevil. Jin told the little brothers, you guys, take those goods away. He still owes Carl 8 billion now, so he naturally wants to make money to pay off his debts. Jin didn't have much resentment towards Carl. The weak eat the strong. As a US underground boss, he naturally understands this kind of thing. The opponent is stronger than him, and there is nothing to say. And this money was used by him to buy his life. However, the amount is indeed a bit large. Backslash yes backslash. The boys responded and went to deal with the goods. Jin did not watch the boys work and was very satisfied. These people have good courage. Seeing that the bull's eye was dissolved, actually did not run away. It seems that the focus should be on promotion. Backslash backslash. Suddenly, by the light, Jin also saw the little brother in a black suit. The middle part of the pants was actually wet. And not alone. Everyone is like this. Could it be, scared to pee? In fact, it is true. Before, when Carl killed the bullseye with his hot sight, the boys are very close to the bullseye. They witnessed how the bullseye died. It was terrible. At that time, their legs weakened and they were scared to pee. Only 2 younger brothers ran away on the spot. Chapter 28. The rest are all sitting on the ground. It's not that I don't want to run. The legs are soft and can't run. Carl saw it naturally. But he ignored it. Leaving the port of New City, Carl returned to Sky's home. He did not return to his home. After all, sleeping with your sister is more comfortable than sleeping on your own. Looked at the time. 11:46. It's time to rest. At this moment, Carl suddenly remembered. I haven't signed into the chat group today. Although 10 points seem dispensable. But it's just a casual thing. So he hugged Sky. Zenian entered the chat group. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Speaking of which. Sister Tsunade, have you met Mr. Carl? Princess Thousand Hands, yes. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? What does Carl look like? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? How is her personality? Curious. JPG. Skyblade King, Curious +1. Princess Thousand Hands, Carl June has black hair and black eyes, looks very handsome. Princess Thousands of Hands, she is also very nice, a kind person. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Oh? Is that so? Princess Thousand Hands, of course. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Do you have a picture of Carl? Send it out to see? Skyblade King, explosive photos. Princess Thousand Hands, no. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Okay. Skyblade King, it's uncomfortable. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Or, let's ask him for photos directly? Skyblade King, isn't that good? What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? What's wrong, is that the members of the group communicate with each other. Carl took a look. The previous record was just talking about some common things. Finally, he was involved. Princess Thousand Hands, Carl June, are you here? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Welcome. Heavenly Blade King, wow, only I noticed, did Carl sign in with 10 points again? What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? That said, it really is. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Envy. JPG. Skyblade King, +1. Princess Thousand Hands, +2. God of the World, give up. Spread your hands. JPG. The of the world, this thing is not envious, just a little bit. The of the world, purely by luck. Princess Thousand Hands, 666, Mr. Carl is really amazing. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Poof, luck. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Unfortunately, I haven't signed in for 10 points. Skyblade King, me too. It's too difficult to get points. Heavenly Blade King, when this goes on, when will I be able to afford a kaleidoscope to write round eyes? Uncomfortable. JPG Princess Thousand Hands, calm down, maybe there will be other ways to get it in the future. Skyblade King, I hope so. The of the world, my points are temporarily not used, send a red envelope to enliven the atmosphere. With that, Carl sent a red envelope totaling 4,028 points. Well, there are 4 red envelopes, 1,000 per person. 28 is a fraction. Chapter 29. Anyway, the things he wants to buy are very expensive. It's not too bad for this mere 4,000. After giving out the red envelope, Carl still has 96,000 points left. The of the world sent a red envelope. What should I do if my younger sister has a second-degree illness? Get 1,003 points. Skyblade King earned 998 points. Princess Thousand Hands earned 1,207 points. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Hey, 1,000 points, you can buy a lot of things again. Skyblade King, it's uncomfortable, I got the least red envelopes. Princess Thousand Hands, nothing. There is the last one left, less than yours. Seeing this scene, Carl was a little confused. The commander of the Great Wall Guards did not receive the red envelope. Chapter 15 Unexpected Identity, Useless System. Seeing the red envelope receiving situation, Carl was a little surprised. The red envelopes he issued were divided into 4 parts. The original intention is to give each of the group members 1,000. As a result, only 3 people have received it now. The group member called, the commander of the Great Wall Guards Army, did not receive it. Is it not there? Now. Tsunade's 3 daughters became more active because of the red envelopes. Princess Thousands of Hands, having said that, points are indeed a good thing. Thank you Carl June. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Thank you, Big Brother Skyblade King, thank you boss. God of the world, you are welcome. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Speaking of which, why did General Sua fail to receive the red envelope? Skyblade King, I don't know, maybe I'm busy. Skyblade King, didn't you say before that he is usually very busy? Princess Thousands of Hands, it seems so. Princess Thousand Hands, I guess he will be very happy to see the red envelope when he comes back. Princess Thousand Hands, didn't General Su always want to buy that domineering? Carl was even more surprised when he saw the chat group records. General Su? Who is that? Could it be that it was the only one in the group who had not confirmed his identity? The group named, the Commander of the Great Wall Guards? But, isn't the Commander of the Great Wall Guards Hua Mulan? Carl was slightly surprised. Of course, he is not very sure. Because of his previous life when he was playing games. Did not pay much attention to the background story of the king. After thinking about it, Carl asked directly. The god of the world, who is General Su? Is the commander of the Great Wall Guards army? Princess Thousands of Hands, yes, that's him. Princess Thousand Hands, don't Carl Jun know? General Su said it more than 10 hours ago. The of the world, maybe I was eating at that time and didn't enter the group. 10 hours ago. At that time, Carl was either on the couch with Sky or went out to eat. Naturally, I did not see the chat history. Just now, Carl just flipped through the chat history roughly. How could it be reached 10 hours ago? If something happens, it is estimated that someone will be at. So there is no need to go through all the records. Sky Blade King, that's it. Sky Blade King, I'm still curious, why Carl didn't speak. Chapter 30. Princess Thousands of Hands, the commander of the Great Wall Guards, a general named Solai. Princess Thousands of Hands, it is said to be responsible for guarding the Great Wall and the border. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Yes, it is true. God of the world, that's it. It's Solai? Carl was slightly surprised. Although he was not sure at first, he felt it in his heart. The commander of the Great Wall Guards army was mostly Hua Mulan's imperial sister. As a result, is it actually Solai now? What should I do if my sister has a second disease? I am a little surprised to speak of it. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? General Su's world is also a world with a high value of force. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I originally thought that he was from an ordinary world. Princess Thousands of Hands, commander of the Great Wall Guards, this name doesn't look like ordinary people. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Okay. The commander of the Great Wall Guards received 820 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, thank you Carl, at. God of the world, you are welcome. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? General Su, has something happened? Only to receive the red envelope. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, not really. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, it's just because of the recent reopening of the market to trade with other countries. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, this matter is more important, so you must always pay attention. What should I do if my sister suffers from secondary 2 disease? That's how it is. Solai seemed to be very busy, and after only chatting for a while, he went offline. Because Carl gave a red envelope before, Tsunade and the three were very excited. The group is very lively. After a while, Tsunade also got off. And the bird tour Shiwa and Keisha seems very leisurely. Had been pestering Carl, asking him to explode. Carl did not refuse. After all, maybe when I go to other worlds to do missions. It was embarrassing that the members of the group didn't know themselves. So Carl got dressed and sent a photo. Second disease world. A beautiful imperial sister with long hair and red pupils was sitting in the room. She is just the sister of the heroine in Love in the Second Sickness, Xiaoniao Shiwa. Shiwa is the chef of a high-end restaurant with a high level of cooking. Now, she was in the chat group, constantly persuading Carl to explode photos. It even used the terms of exchanging photos. Carl finally agreed. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know if what Tong Tsunade said is true or not. Is this a handsome guy? At this time, Carl posted a photo of himself in the group. Wow, really handsome. And it's still black hair and dark eyes. It turns out that Carl is not only a big brother, but also a handsome guy. Shiwa looked at Carl's photo and was amazed. Original. She was only out of curiosity, so she would come up with exploding photos. Shiwa thinks now. My decision is really correct. Actually, not only men like to see beautiful women. Most girls also like to watch handsome guys. Shiwa found an angle and took a dozen photos. Choose a satisfactory one and send it to the group. Shiwa smiled after seeing Carl's praise. Chapter 31. Carl looked at the photos sent by the two and nodded secretly. Sure enough, it was the two in my memory. Keisha was also a girl, not the king of angels in the future. After exaggerating the two of them, Carl went to rest. The next day, Carl got up early. In fact, now he doesn't need sleep and rest at all. But for a long time, he kept the habit, let him do this. And sleeping is quite comfortable. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Carl nodded, /well, sign in /. As the system's prompt sound fell. In front of Carl, several pieces of clothing appeared. He picked up these pieces of clothing. It is roughly the same as the Superman suit that he exchanged in the system. Red and blue color scheme. It's just that the hem of this battle suit is a short skirt. And there are red boots and stockings. Carl looked at the suit in his hand, a little speechless. System? What's the matter with you? Can it not be so bad? If you have a suit, you can give it a black suit. After all, the colors are different. Black is also Carl's favorite color. But what happened to the battle suit you gave to a superwoman today? Do you want to wear women's clothing yourself? Haha. Carl felt that this broken system was simply too useless. At this moment, Sky Yo-Yo woke up. She greeted with sleepy eyes, /morning Carl /. Carl looked at Sky, then at the superwoman suit in his hand. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Chapter 16. The system is awesome, really fragrant. King of the world. At this moment, a small figure is hiding in the Great Wall Pass. This figure has sunflower-like hair and a cat-like face with a few beards. What is even more eye-catching is the cocktail behind this figure. On this continent, like them, existences with different appearance characteristics from ordinary people are called mixed races of demons. This person's name is Shenmensi. A few days ago, because of some things, Shenmensi met a mysterious figure on the edge of a mountain cliff. This mysterious figure is dressed as an alchemist, with long hair like snow, revealing a mysterious atmosphere all over his body. The other party invited Shenmensi to join an organization called Yeotian. She did not agree, and said her dream aloud. She wants to join the Great Wall Guards. Because Shenmensi's family is the most primitive residence at the foot of the Great Wall. Its ancestors were the first guards of the Great Wall. The Great Wall has also become richer because of the guards. Therefore, her dream since childhood was to join the Great Wall Guards. Unexpectedly, the other party heard Shenmensi's rejection without the slightest anger. Instead, she guided her and taught her how to join the Great Wall Guards. In the words of this mysterious alchemist, when the Great Wall and Yuchan Pass are opened, there will be an invasion of magic seeds. The alchemist informed Shenmensi of the place that must be passed through behind the scenes. At this time, Chapter 32. Shenmensi had already planted the bomb in accordance with the alchemist's instructions. Just wait for the opponent to pass by and detonate it. Although Shenmensi was suspicious of what the other scholars said. But joining the Great Wall Guards is her dream. No matter how slim the chance is, Shenmensi has to try it. Now, Shenmensi is carefully observing the pedestrians passing by. For fear of missing this opportunity, Solai was also at the market at the moment, watching the lively scene of people coming and going. Seeing the smiles on people's faces, Solai was very pleased. He came from a well-known family, and he won the top spot in the imperial examination when he was young. However, he did not choose to develop his career, but chose to abandon his pen and go to the Great Wall. The Great Wall is a product left over from the ancient times. Standing majestically between the desert and fertile soil, guarding the imperial territory. The imperial soldiers here are called the Great Wall Guards. In a blink of an eye, many years have passed. Solai also became the supreme commander of the Great Wall Guards. He even led the imperial army to establish the protectorate on the most barren land. The Duha mansion is located in the south of the Great Wall. It was built to protect the local people and resist demons. Not long ago, Solai and the city lord of Jade City decided to remove their guards. Let their people trade freely in Guanxi. Yuchen is a city in the desert in the clouds. Because it is rich in beautiful jade, it is extremely rich. The merchant of Jade City, because of the jade problem, asked the capital guardian for protection. Because of the foundation of cooperation, the relationship between the Great Wall Guards and Yuchen is relatively harmonious. Out of trust in the Lord of Jade City, Solai agreed to trade between the two sides. After all, this kind of thing. It is also a good thing for the people. Jade City is rich in beautiful jade and has inexhaustible wealth. The transactions between the people of both sides will definitely benefit. Today, the closed city is open. At the entrance, the crowd was bustling. Its liveliness is no less than Chang'an. As the commander of the Great Wall Guards army, Solai was naturally very pleased to see this scene. After all, he has guarded the Great Wall for more than 10 years. No one wants to see the people here live and work in peace and contentment more than Solai. 11 o'clock. Carl sits on the edge of the bed, sipping red wine comfortably. Beside Sky was resting with his eyes closed. At the moment, she is wearing a superwoman's battlesuit, including shoes and stockings. Have to say, the suit of Supergirl is really very beautiful. Not to mention the tight-fitting effect, or short skirts and stockings. It was very beautiful when worn on Sky. At this time, Carl had to sigh. The system is really great. Before, he thought that this system was really useless. In the case of Carl's suit, give him the battle clothes. And it's a lady's suit. It's almost the same as mentally retarded. Now, Sky put it on, and after using it, in Carl's mind, only the endless admiration for the system. Chapter 33. Awesome! If it weren't for Sky's tiredness, it hurts his body. Carl still has some ideas. After all, this battle suit is worn like a superwoman. And it's pretty. But don't rush for a while. Wait until the evening to come again. Carl was even thinking. In the evening, Sky wore a superwoman uniform. How about he wearing his suit? It doesn't seem to work well. Because he has to take off his battle clothes. Sky doesn't need to wear it. After drinking, Carl went to wash up. Afterwards, Carl returned to the bedroom. Sky is still resting. He didn't quarrel with each other, but entered the chat group. Sky Blade King, thanks to Mr. Carl, I can finally buy a writing wheel. Heavenly Blade King, it's just a pity. Single Guya blood wheel eyes don't have much power. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Did you really buy Shaolun Yan? Sky Blade King, yes. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? How does it feel? Is it easy to use? Sky Blade King, it's okay. Heavenly Blade King, it's just that the single Go Jade ability is relatively small, it's something that enhances insight or something. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? It's a pity, I can't afford a steel suit with my points. Princess Thousand Hands, I remember that Mark 1 seems to be very cheap. Princess Jian Shao, Sister Shiwa grabbed so many points last time, how could she not be able to afford it? What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Mark 1 can be bought. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness, but Mark 1 is a bit too ugly? It's like an iron bump. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness, and the Mark 1 has no flying function? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Even if she buys it, she won't be surprised by Liahua. What should I do if my sister is suitable for secondary disease? Maybe she will laugh at it instead. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Mark 3 is a bit too close, so I can only wait. Princess Thousands of Hands, oh, that's it. Skyblade King, that's right, the Mark 1 is really not very good. Heavenly Blade King, but, Liahua sister, you can buy Xiaolan. Heavenly Blade King, Shanguyu writing round eyes is very cheap. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? If you want to make Liahua amused, Zhuanyan is indeed a good choice. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? She is clamoring about the true eyes of the evil king every day, and she probably likes writing round eyes very much. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness, but I can't buy something, just to make her play? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I'm quite interested in things like steel suits. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? After all, you can fly even with a battle suit. Princess Thousand Hands, yes. Princess Thousand Hands, so, the steel suit is really good. Princess Thousands of Hands, I also want to praise the points and buy one. Chapter 17 Solai, the demon seed attacked. Princess Thousand Hands, Mr. Carl, you are hero. God of the world, yes. What should I do if my sister suffers from secondary 2 disease? The big brother is fine at noon. Heavenly Blade King, good, Carl. God of the world, hello. God of the world, what are you talking about? So happy. Princess Thousands of Hands, it's nothing, that is, things bought in the store. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, luck is still not so good. Skyblade King, haha, it's almost the same. Heavenly Blade King, only Carl has good luck. Every time he signs in, he will get 10 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, that's what I said. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, although luck is not very good, but I am still in a good mood. The Commander of the Great Wall Guards sent a red packet. Chapter 34. Skyblade King earned 52 points. What should I do if my younger sister has a secondary disease and earns 62 points? Princess Thousand Hands earned 60 points. The of the World earned 188 points. The Commander of the Great Wall Guards received 49 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, ha ha ha, this luck is really bad. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Thanks to General Su for the red envelope. Skyblade King, thank you. JPG. The God of the World, thank you, General Su. Princess Thousand Hands, thank you. JPG. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, ha ha ha, you are welcome. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, thanks to Mr. Carl, after I bought the domineering, I still have some points left. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, the upgrade is not aggressive enough, so I sent you a red envelope. Skyblade King, did General Su have encountered any good things? Skyblade King, he looked in a good mood, and he sent a red envelope. Princess Thousands of Hands, I am really happy. Did something happen? Commander of the Great Wall Guards, a good thing has happened. Commander of the Great Wall Guards Army, remember I said that the city will be reopened recently? Skyblade King, I remember. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, now Guan City has been opened and it is very lively here. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, people come and go, so I think I'm back to Chang'an City. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, it seems that this time the reopening of the market is a very sure and correct decision. The Commander of the Great Wall Guards, a member of the group, sent a video. Everyone clicked on it and found that it was a video recorded by Solai. In the picture, many people were born and shuttled on the street. The cries of roadside vendors are endless. There are many pedestrians on the road, which is very lively. Occasionally there are people with beast ears or beast tails. Princess thousands of hands, it looks really good, it's not like a border crossing at all. Tsunade is in the world of Naruto, and there are also battles between countries. Even the timeline she is in now is when the Second Ninja War broke out. So she also knows a little bit about the border. Heavenly Blade King, that's great, I want to go and take a look too. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Congratulations, congratulations, it's so lively. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, haha, thank you very much. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, I would naturally welcome you if you want to visit Guanxi. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, however, there seems to be no way for you to come over now. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, after all, no mission was triggered. Skyblade King, well, it's a pity. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? +1, I also want to go shopping. Solai looked at the news sent by the members of the group, and the smile on his face became even greater. At this time, there was a loud noise not far away. Haven't waited for Solai to check the situation. The deputy rushed from a distance and shouted, General Su, the matter is not good. At this moment, Solai still had a smile on his face. Seeing the lieutenant, he subconsciously asked, what's the matter? The magic seed, a large number of magic seeds suddenly appeared near Guanxi. What? Solai was startled, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. How is it possible? Where did the magic seed come from? At this moment, the Great Wall Guards had cancelled their guards in accordance with the agreement. The same is true for Yuchen. The purpose is to allow civilians to trade with peace of mind. Now, in Guanxi, there is no official armed force. It's just the majority of the civilians of the Great Wall and the civilians of Yuchen. Like Solai and the lieutenant. Chapter 35. It's just to participate in Guanxi. He did not bring the Great Wall Guards to guard here. If the demons invade, the consequences will be disastrous. The deputy also looked anxious at this moment, /this, I don't know where the demon seed came from / at the critical moment, Solai calmed down instead. After all, he has been in the Great Wall for 10 years. I have experienced all things big and small. Now, he is also the highest-ranking commander of the Great Wall. I heard the news suddenly before and felt surprised. Solai immediately ordered, /you return to the Great Wall immediately and call the guards to come and support. The Deputy General did not take the order immediately, but hesitated, General, then you, I am here, to resist the magic seed Solai drew a long knife from his waist and said loudly, you go to the Great Wall quickly. Yes, The lieutenant saw that there was no other way. Had to take his life and retreat. After all, the civilians in Guanxi now rely on the support he brings. The lieutenant left. Solai ran in the same direction. Soon, he came to the entrance of Guanxi. Not far away, there are several demonic-like monsters. The first one is 4 meters tall. Like an old cow, with a pair of huge horns on his head. The muscles all over his body were knotted and looked terrifying. Behind him, there are 2 demons. Further away. Then there are a large number of magic seeds, rushing here. There are so many, Solai frowned secretly. If it's just a few demons, he can be defeated by himself. But in front of this number, there are 200 to 300. And the demon seed that looked like an old bull in front of him did not seem to be waiting for a moment. Can only hold on, waiting for support, Solai roared, and rushed to the demon seeds. He has been here for the Great Wall Guards for more than 10 years. He is the commander of the Great Wall Guards. Solai always thought that the Great Wall was his home. The Great Wall is here, and my hometown is here. Naturally, it was impossible for Solai to retreat. Soon, he fought with those demons. However, these demons in front of them. The strength is very powerful, far from being comparable to that of ordinary demons. Only played a few rounds. Solai fell into a disadvantage. Soon. He can't even fight back, he can only passively block. After all, there were 3 demons in front of Solai. The strength is very strong. Misfortune never comes singly. Just when he was fighting against a few demons far away, the hundreds of demons also rushed nearby. The distance to Solai is less than 20 meters. He can even see it. Those magic seeds, the crazy meaning on their faces. In the face of 3 powerful demons, Solai could only defend passively. Not to mention adding the hundreds behind. And Solai knew. Chapter 36. If you lose. Behind the city off. There will be no escape from the trading and lively crowds. After all, they are just ordinary people. Chapter 18. The nervous Solai, release task. As time flows, Solai became more anxious. He could not defeat the 3 demons in front of him. Even a counterattack can't be done. Not to mention, there are hundreds of demons approaching behind. Guarding the Great Wall for more than 10 years. As the commander of the Great Wall Guards army, Solai would naturally not fear death. But he didn't want to see it. These magic seeds broke through the closed city behind them. Because there are a large number of civilians there, and many of them are children. Hateful. Seeing those demon seeds getting closer, Solai became even more anxious. It would be great if I had more power. Strength? Solai was suddenly startled at this moment. Subsequently, his hands and the long knife were suddenly covered with black. Armed color domineering. This is the item he grabbed Carl's red envelope yesterday and bought it in the chat group store. After purchasing the armed color domineering, Solai did a trial yesterday. The power is very good. After use, the body's toughness is comparable to steel. But today, Solai was overjoyed because of the opening of the closed city, coupled with the sudden attack of the magic seed. For a while, he actually forgot the domineering armed color. After using the armed color domineering, Solai continued to fight the magic seed. Although he used the armed color domineering, Solai did not immediately defeat the 3 demons. But he changed from being passively defensive to being able to fight back. After all, armed color domineering increased his offensive power and defense power. But, for a while, still unable to defeat the 3 demons. What's more, there are hundreds of demons that are less than 5 meters away. Still not working. If you can have high-level armed color domineering, I alone should be able to kill these Mo-Zhong. Solai sighed, knowing he couldn't help it. But, at this time, he was not as anxious as before. Solai thought of the armed and domineering, and naturally thought of the existence of the chat group. After a few fights with the demon seed, Solai no longer resisted those demons, but retreated to the side. He actually gave up guarding the city. After Solai stepped aside, he immediately entered the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Guards at all members. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Mr. Carl, fellow members. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, the situation is urgent. There is an invasion of demons in the city, please help me. Skyblade King? Skyblade King, what's wrong, General Solai? What should I do if my sister has a second disease? That's right, why is she suddenly panicked? What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Wasn't it very lively in Guangxi just now? Princess Thousand Hands, General Su, don't worry, speak slowly. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, demons are very dangerous creatures and often attack humans. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, they have animal forms, and their physical strength is very powerful. Some demons can even use strange powers. Chapter 37. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, now, hundreds of demons have appeared in Guan City. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, at the moment, Guan City is full of civilians, and there is no guard. I hope everyone can help me. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? I can't do anything about it. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Carl, please help at. It's okay to help, but now the chat group has not released a task, so I can't make it through. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, how can the mission be released? God of the world, I don't know too well, after all, I have no experience. At Skyblade King, by the way, didn't Tsunade release the mission last time? How did you do it? Princess Thousand Hands, I don't know either. Princess Thousands of Hands, at that time, I wanted to save the rope tree very much, and then I released it. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, I also really want to defeat the Demon Seed and save the civilians in Guan City. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, but now there is no mission at all. Princess Thousands of Hands, I don't know too much. Skyblade King, could it be, you have to pay a certain reward to release the task? Skyblade King, I remember the last mission reward, it seems to be Tsunade's personal points. Princess Thousand Hands, makes sense. Princess Thousands of Hands, that's true. The points I signed in last time were all regarded as rewards. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, is that true? Let me try. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, I hope someone can help me repel the demons. I am willing to pay 49 points as a reward. This is all his points. After buying Domineering, Solai gave all his points a red envelope. If he hadn't grabbed it by himself, there would be no points at all. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Wow! There really is a mission. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Now that I know how to post the task, I can post it later. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? It's a pity, it's extremely difficult, and I can't do it at all for an ordinary person. Princess Thousand Hands, very difficult? How difficult is it to show me here? Skyblade King, it's strange, what I showed is also extremely difficult. Skyblade King, will it be reminded based on strength, that everyone sees differently? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? It seems to make sense. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Mr. Carl, mission. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Life matters. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Mr. Carl, go ahead and save the world. At King of the World. Solai saw the prompt of the chat group. The face that had been tight, finally relaxed. Since Mr. Carl has accepted the task, there is nothing to worry about. After all, this tycoon can travel through time and bring people back to life. Solai didn't think that a few hundred demons would be the opponent of this big brother. At this time, the three leading demons had already rushed in front of Solai. Looking at the human being in front of him, there was a relaxed look on his face. The three demons were furious in an instant. Are you looking down on us? Obviously press and beat us. The three demons roared and attacked Solai directly. Solai once again used his domineering look to fight them. And the hundreds of magic seeds behind him rushed directly into Guanxi. Even the few demons in front had already entered the boundary of Guanxi. /ho ho how or how. I saw the crowds in Guanxi. The demons screamed with unknown meaning. It sounds like there is a feeling of excitement. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared. Black hair and dark eyes, handsome face. The S-shaped logo on the chest. The black jersey outlines a perfect figure in a generous cloak. Carl. Chapter 19 Frightened Crowd, Red Light. Chapter 38 Great Wall. At this moment, there is a group of Great Wall guards rushing towards the place where Guanxi is located. The head is a black-haired young man. Beside, an old soldier said to the boy, Li Xin, General Su has discussed with the Lord of Jade City. We are in the past like this, it is a bit of a non-compliance. Li Xin's face was calm, and he said, It's okay. We won't go in. Just in case, it's good to be far away from the outskirts of Guanxi. The closing of the city is over. If nothing happens, we will return on the same route. In case the map of Jade City is wrong, we will be able to come in handy. This is what it says. The person next to him sneered, Recruits, they have a bit of merit, so they don't know how high the world is. When I see General Sol later, I will report all your actions. Li Xin said nothing. He didn't even look at that person. But in his heart, he thought of what the peony alchemist had said. You have lost Chang'an City. And I, also lost my beloved thing. Why don't you help me regain this beloved thing, and I will help you regain Chang'an City? How? Since then, Li Xin came to the Great Wall. Became a guard of the Great Wall. Moreover, many meritorious deeds were made. He has been in close contact with Peony Alchemist in private. Now, he also received a notice from Peony Alchemist in advance. The day when the closed city opened, there will be an invasion of demons. By then, the loss will be heavy. As the person who agreed to open the closed city, Commander Solai will be held accountable. Peony Alchemist, there has been an arrangement long ago. As for Li Xin, he will naturally be promoted because of his meritorious service. From mastering the Great Wall, changing back to Chang'an City is a step further. Is it finally going to start? Li Xin muttered to himself. Great Wall. At this moment, many people in Guanxi have already seen the magic seed at the entrance. After all, there are many people near the entrance. And some demons have very huge bodies. As long as you look at the entrance inadvertently, you can see a large swarm of magic seeds. It's hard not to see it. Magic seed. How so? Isn't today the day when the guards of the Great Wall and Yuchen open the city? How come there will be magic seeds? Wait for me, my books. Leave those things alone, run away. Pause time. The original lively and peaceful, like the prosperous Guanxi, instantly became chaotic. The civilians fled in panic. The businessman didn't even care about his own property and ran away. After all, they are all border people. Whether it is the residents of the Great Wall or the people of Yuchen, everyone knows how terrible these demons are. Don't say it's like them, civilians who have no power to bind chickens. It was the Great Wall guards who had experienced hundreds of battles, and there were casualties when they fought against the demons. Chapter 39. Therefore, when most civilians saw the demon seed, they fled in a panic. There are only a few people who have the ability to fight. Will choose to fight against the magic seed. For example, a certain white-haired boy in a stall. At this moment, the boy's beast ears moved. His eyes condensed. He picked up the huge gun that was about the same height as him, and rushed towards the entrance of Guanxi in an instant. A man with purple hair who was looking at the collection of Li Bai's poems was in the closed city. Sister Jiaoluo said, Senior Solai and Li Bai are good friends, really, Now, the magic seed at the entrance of Guan City was also discovered. He rushed away with a machete in his hand. Just when the demon seed was about to rush into the Guan City, and the Guan City was in chaos, a black figure floated above Guanxi. Carl. After posting the mission from Solai, he immediately accepted the task and sent it to the world of kings. Just before accepting the task, he returned home and took his black suit. After all, I have this condition. 2, 3 suits. Don't wear waist. And the black suit is super handsome. In a flash, Carl observed the entire Guanxi situation. Solai, the demon seed, the panicked people in the city. The kid holding a huge gun, is Bailey keeping the promise? Shen Menzi, there is another person with a scimitar who doesn't look like a supporting role. /Tisk, it's so lively /. Carl sighed, and then greeted Solai not far away. General Solai, hello, this is Carl. At this moment, Solai relied on armed and domineering to resist 3 powerful demons. Hearing what Carl said, he subconsciously looked over. Before, Solai flipped through the records in the group and saw Carl's photos. I was not surprised by Carl's age. It's just the appearance of the opponent flying in the air. It shocked Solai secretly. Although he listened to what Tsunade said, Carl has the ability to travel through time. But flying or something, it was still very shocking to see. It's just that I don't care about the shock now. Solai hurriedly yelled to Carl, /Big Brother Carl, the creatures that rushed towards Guanxi are magic seeds, / the words were not finished yet. I saw 2 dazzling red lights erupting from Carl. Those 2 red lights, like lasers, instantly shone on the body of the magic seed. Just a moment. At the forefront, the 2 magic seeds illuminated by the red light dissolved directly. There is not even a bit of dross left. The red light swept horizontally. Suddenly, all the magic seeds, as if they were crushed by the ancient gods, were all wiped out. It took less than 2 seconds. Seiki. At this moment, civilians are still running away in a panic. Someone occasionally saw it and saw the red light destroying the devil species. He stopped blankly. A running civilian behind him accidentally ran into this person. Directly fell 7 meat and 8 elements. Haven't gotten up yet. Chapter 40. He yelled, you don't have eyes. You don't want to run for your life, labor and management are still dead. However, the man ignored him. Instead, it pointed to the entrance of Guanxi. With an uncertain tone, the demon seed. The demon seed seems to be dead. What nonsense are you talking about? The person who was hit still had a bad tone. But subconsciously, he looked towards the entrance of Guanxi. Really? At the original entrance, those tall monster seeds were missing. On their side, it is the direction close to the entrance. So you can see the outside of Sekishi. You can even see General Solai, fighting against the demon seed. But the magic seed really disappeared. There are many people. All noticed the red light just now, and the disappearing magic seed. Is my dizziness? I seem to see a red light flashing just now, and then the magic seed is gone. You have no dizziness, I saw it too. The demon seed is dead. The demon seed is gone. Seeing the civilians at the entrance, they cheered. One more quantity. Those who were a little further away from the entrance also stopped subconsciously. But they didn't see the situation just now and didn't know what was going on. Therefore, they just looked around, puzzled. Once there is a trace of the demon seed, continue to escape. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see the demon seed. These people are also relieved. Cheer along with the others. Ahem, it's been too long since I changed the chapter in the afternoon. Originally thinking about adding more changes, it took too long, next week. Before the weekend of next week. Chapter 20 Completion of the task, Solai's gratefulness. The civilians in Guanxi only knew that the magic seed had disappeared, cheering in excitement. And some people who happened to be rushing towards the entrance of Guanxi. It was very clear to see that the figure floating in the sky, a hot red light burst out of his body. Subsequently, the magic seed was swept away. The young man kept his appointment and looked at the figure in the sky, muttering to himself, "This is a human? Such a powerful The purple-haired boy holding a machete exclaimed, "Wow! This is too handsome!" The audience. The most shocking person was Solai. He only asked Carl not long ago. In the end, the words were not finished yet. The opponent directly wiped out all the magic seeds. Looking at the empty entrance to Guanxi, Solai even wondered whether the previous demons were an illusion of his own. At this moment, a red light blazed towards him. Solai was shocked, and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, he hasn't waited for a response, but found 3 demons in front of him. Just being irradiated by red light, they all disappeared. Solai was taken aback. The 3 demons in front of them are extremely powerful. Even if he has been a guard of the Great Wall for 10 years, he has experienced many battles. Nor are they rivals. If it is not for the use of armed color domineering, I am afraid that they will not be able to fight back. But now. But he was instantly killed by Carl. There are too many differences in strength. It is worthy of being able to travel through time and resurrect the existence of others. Chapter 41. Really powerful. No wonder, Carl's name in the group is the of the world. This strength is as powerful as a god. At this moment, some ordinary people also noticed Carl flying in the air. Old Zhang, do you think there was a figure on that day? What is there? What are you talking about? There is indeed a shadow. There really is something. That's a magic seed, right? How can people fly in the sky? Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. The figure shot out a red light, annihilating the demons. How can the demons attack their own people? It must be a human. Maybe it is a god. How can human beings have such a powerful power? This also makes sense. In fact, some people have seen it before, but they didn't pay much attention. After all, whether it was the dazzling red light or the magic seed, all are very eye-catching. In contrast, Carl is less attractive. Now the magic seed disappeared and the red light disappeared. Of course Carl was discovered. However, Carl fell beside Solai. When Solai saw this, he immediately thanked him, "Ms. Carl, thanks to you this time. If you didn't make the move in time, I am afraid that Guanxi and the people inside would cease to exist." This time he is naturally aware of the matter. Solai alone can only resist the 3 leading powerful demons. Those hundreds of demons invaded Guan City. The end must be very tragic. Fortunately, Solai joined the chat group, and with the help of Carl, the big boss, he wiped out the demon seed in an instant. Therefore, Solai is naturally very grateful to Carl. You are welcome. Carl smiled. If there is a chance, he certainly doesn't mind doing something good. After all, he is also a highly educated person. And it was twice. Not to mention, in this mission, he still received a reward. When he wiped out the demon seed, he heard the prompt tone of the chat group. You can do good things and get points rewards, so why not do it? Carl had no choice to go back immediately. Solai said to Carl apologetically, "Ms. Carl, let me comfort the people first, and then we will talk." Carl nodded, "Okay, you are busy with you." Solai immediately walked into Guan City upon hearing this. He knew that some people must have seen the demon seed. Perhaps some people will lose confidence in the city. After all, reopening the market, the most basic. It is that Solai and the Lord of Jade City trust each other. When Guan City was opened, the Great Wall Guards and Yuchen did not use their own armed forces. It is to allow the people to trade freely without pressure. This can promote economic development, and it is very lively. But now, the closed city has reopened. Only on the first day, there was a surprise attack by the magic seed. Whether it is the people of the Great Wall or the people of Yuchen, they will have grievances. Let alone them. Even Solai himself was very uncomfortable. In his mind, he thought of a boy with purple hair. Is this your real purpose? Solai clenched his fists secretly. Chapter 42. When Karl was free, he followed Solai and entered Guan City. Have to say, Solai is indeed a very attractive general. Original. Many people panic. After Solai calmed down, most of the people were much more relaxed. At this time, someone noticed Karl next to Solai. That person was the people who had seen Karl a long time ago. He couldn't help asking, General Solai, this one next to you. Did you just take action and wipe out the demon's army? As soon as this remark came out, many people looked at Solai. After all, many people saw Karl just now. Solai didn't respond immediately after hearing this, but looked at Karl. Obviously, he was asking for his meaning. Karl nodded with a chuckle. Solai was delighted when he saw this. He said loudly, yes, I believe someone has seen it just now, outside of the closed city, there is an attack from the magic seed This is the hero who just killed the demons and saved the city His name is Karl, and you can also be called the among others As soon as this remark came out, the people in Guan City were all taken aback. Look at Karl subconsciously. Before, some people saw black figures in the sky. But not sure. Solai's words undoubtedly affirmed their conjecture. In the next moment, the people burst into cheers. It's amazing, thank you very much, The of the world? This name is domineering If it weren't for you just now, I'm afraid I would have died long ago These are some snacks I made, if you don't dislike it, you can accept it This is my own vegetable, it's delicious, Many people leaned forward and wanted to thank Karl. When Karl saw this, his body was raised high, and he was flying in the air. He looked down at the hot crowd below. He smiled and said, you don't have to be polite The ability to defeat the demon seed this time depends on General Solai He is alone, fighting with 3 powerful demons I am also a friend of General Solai Thanks or something, no need, I will try some snacks Finished. Karl flew to the girl selling snacks and fetched some snacks. When the people heard the words, they defended Solai and thanked him repeatedly. Solai responded with a smile to the people. And at this time, Karl noticed. Outside Guanxi, a team of people is coming here. Chapter 21 Angry Li Xin, Direct Hands. Somebody is coming? It looks like they are all human beings. The head one is a bit familiar. Li Xin? Karl was slightly surprised. Is Li Xin here too? He doesn't know much about the plot of the king's world. After all, most of the time, I was fighting. Don't have time to watch. Now. Li Xin was leading a team of Great Wall Guards and rushed towards Guan City. Because before, they met Vice General Solai on the way. Chapter 43. So at this time, no one had any doubts about Li Xin anymore. Although Li Xin's original excuse was to worry about the Yuchen army. But anyway, it came in handy. Everyone looked at Li Xin with admiration. The group hurriedly increased their whip and rushed straight to Guanxi. They are all guards of the Great Wall. Knowing that the city is closed at this moment, there is no guarding force. General Solai, and many civilians, were among them. In the face of a large number of demons, I am afraid that there will be more than good luck. Li Xin looked at the closer and closer Guanxi, feeling a little excited in his heart. This time it succeeded. His position in the Great Wall can be promoted. I believe that soon, you will be able to control the Great Wall. At that time, according to the alchemist Peony, he can get Chang'an City. After all, that should belong to him originally. Mind here. This is Li Xian's calm temperament. There are also some surging emotions. Soon, the group approached Guan City. But what I saw in my eyes surprised everyone. I saw Guanxi in front of me, and there was no trace of a magic seed. No one was injured and no stall was damaged. Instead, everyone was happy, guarding Solai and a strange man. Especially Vice General Solai and Li Xian. Lieutenant Solai had seen a large number of demons attack with his own eyes. And Li Xian received news from Peony Alchemist. A few dozen days in advance, I was ready. Now, we are in Guanxi. But no magic seed was found. How is this going? At this time, Solai also saw Li Xian and others at the entrance of Guan City. He was slightly surprised. How could the support of the Great Wall Guards come so quickly? How long did the lieutenant leave? Li Xian and others dismounted and came to Solai. After the lieutenant greeted him, he couldn't help but ask, General Su, what about those demons? He saw it with his own eyes, and the demons came. Solai checked and deterred, only then left. How come the demons are gone now? Solai smiled boldly, don't worry, the demon seed has been wiped out. What? The lieutenant was surprised when he heard this. He has seen those demons with his own eyes. Know that the number is very large. There are hundreds of them. As Solai's lieutenant. Of course he also knew that Solai had experienced many battles and was excellent in martial arts. But to say that Solai could eliminate hundreds of demons, that would be hard to imagine. Because the demon seed is a beast body, the body is very powerful. It is difficult for a normal person to resist a demon seed. Even if Solai is very strong, it is impossible to resist hundreds of demons. But now, Solai said that all the demons have been wiped out? Aside. Li Zhenhe was also shocked by the Great Wall Guards. Ha ha ha. Solai knew what they were thinking as soon as they saw the appearance of the people. He laughed and said, it is not me who destroys the demon species, but this one. He gestured to Carl who was on the side, this is my old friend. I recently came to the Great Wall. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. I fought hard against the 3 demons by myself. It was Carl who defeated all the demons. Chapter 44. By the way, Carl is his name, you can also call the gods of others what? Everyone was surprised and looked at Carl in disbelief. One person has wiped out all hundreds of demons. The guards of the Great Wall often fight against the demon seed. These people naturally know what kind of power the demon seed possesses. Even for those demons, their strengths are uneven. But in the hundreds, there will always be a few powerful leaders. And hundreds of them, this number can pile up dead. Where is this on earth? For a time, the guards of the Great Wall admired Carl very much. There is only one exception. Li Xian. He looked at Carl, his face gloomy. Because of this sudden appearance, the plan has changed. All the demons were eliminated, and there was no loss in the city. Even the demon seed strike did not enter the closed market. Solai was not at fault, at least not too much. And he Li Xian did not save Guan City from distress. Naturally there is no merit. Cannot be promoted. Thinking of this, Li Xian hated Carl. Why? Why is this happening? According to the alchemist Peony, there is still preparation. Solai will be because of this. He immediately revoked his official position and became the most common Great Wall Guard. Li Xian, on the other hand, should build meritorious services, be promoted and added. Little by little. Gradually master the Great Wall, and eventually exchange for Chang'an City. Why? Li was furious in confidence, but forbeared his anger without showing it. You endured a lot of hard work, At this moment, a smiling business came. Varied, Before Li Xin could react, he felt it. His neck seemed to be imprisoned by steel. The whole person's feet were off the ground, and he couldn't breathe at all. In front of him, he is a young man with black hair and black eyes. He was wearing a tight-fitting and handsome battle suit with a large cloak. Carl. He squeezed Li Xin with one hand and lifted him effortlessly. Li Xin subconsciously stretched out his hands and beat Carl's palm desperately, trying to make Carl let go of himself. However, this has no effect at all. The fist was hammered on Carl's hand, as if it was hammered on steel. "It's me who hurts." Everyone present was shocked by this scene. The Great Wall guards drew out their waste weapons one after another, facing Carl in full battle. Let go of Li Xin, Even before, they worshipped Carl's power. But Li Xin is the Great Wall guards after all. Is their partner. This time, the Great Wall guards naturally want to protect Li Xin. Aside. Seeing this situation, Solai hurriedly came to the middle of the two sides. Chapter 45. He whispered to the Great Wall guards, "What are you doing? Put down your weapons, but, lay down, Upon seeing this, the group had to put away their weapons. Solai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knows the power of Carl, a big boss. On the surface, Solai was defending Carl. In fact, he was protecting the Great Wall guards. Before, the fate of hundreds of demons was still vivid. If these people anger Carl, their fate will not be better than those of the demons. Solai didn't think that Carl didn't kill. Seeing the Great Wall guards put down their weapons, he smiled. Boss Carl, is there any misunderstanding, How about putting Li Xin down first, Carl looked at Li Xin after hearing this, and then at Solai. Then, he directly threw Li Xin to the ground. Li Xin fell to his knees, breathing in the fresh air. Before he recovered, he heard a voice with a smile. There is no misunderstanding, This person is a traitor to the Great Wall guards, Chapter 22 My country and my family, my land, and my people. This person is a traitor to the Great Wall guards, Li Xin, who was kneeling on the ground and breathing heavily, heard this. My heart suddenly tightened in vain. After all, originally, he was in exchange for Chang'an City with the Peony alchemist in order to master the Great Wall. Li Xin's father was a former prince. It was just because of some accidents that he died. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with saying that Chang'an City should belong to him. Just be alone. Unable to face a powerful empire and get back what belongs to him. Later, Li Xin was taken away by the Peony alchemist and performed many tasks. Once, the mission failed and Li Xin was arrested. Alchemist Peony rescued him. He proposed to exchange the Great Wall for Chang'an City. After that, Li Xin came to the Great Wall. This time off the city, there was an invasion of magic seeds. Li Xin was dozens of days ago. He was already at the alchemist Peony, had heard the news this time, and made preparations in advance. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a traitor to the Great Wall guards. This demonic attack must have suffered heavy losses. It's just that the stranger in front of you. How do you know your own business? Although my heart is nervous, but rich experience, and calm character. Let him pretend to be nothing. Li Xin breathed heavily, then slowly stood up. He looked at Carl with a calm expression, I don't know what you are talking about, In line with his usual low-spoken personality. The rest of the Great Wall Guards also stood on Li Xin's side. Traitor? How could it be possible? The Great Wall Guards cannot have traitors. Yes. Although Li Xin is a recruit, he is also us but also a member of our Great Wall Guards. Don't talk nonsense. Not only the Great Wall Guards, who came with Li Xin, stood on his side. Even Solai believed him at this moment. Because Li Xin did make a lot of credit. Chapter 46. Fight side by side with the Great Wall Guards many times. Solai himself is actually very optimistic about Li Xin. The meaning of promotion is beyond words. Therefore, Karl tells that Li Xin is a traitor. Not only the rest of the Great Wall Guards didn't believe it, but Solai didn't believe it. Karl was not surprised when he saw the faces of the people. He looked at Solai with a smile on his face. General Solai, I know you don't believe it in your heart. Li Xin fights side by side with you, is a comrade in arms who lives and die together. It is a pity. I have the ability to read minds and know what other people are thinking. Talk about it. Karl looked at Li Xin with a grim face. Are you wondering how I knew? Your communication with the alchemist Peony has always been hidden, and shouldn't be discovered. It's a pity. I don't hate you, your life experience, the son of the former prince. About this, I still have some sympathy for you. Li Xin heard this. His eyes widened and he looked at Karl in disbelief. Original. I have been pretending to be calm and cold, and I can't hold it anymore. Because. About Li Xin's life experience. After he came to the Great Wall, he didn't talk to anyone else. So. No one will know. Even in Chang'an City. Regarding his identity. There are very few people who know. Could this person really know what other people are thinking? Yes. I said, I can know what other people are thinking. Karl chuckled. Including your identity, and the strategy of the alchemist Peony and you. You knew it a long time ago. Today, the city will be raided by the demon species. This is all arranged by the alchemist Peony and you. Solui was demoted to an ordinary soldier because he agreed to develop Guanxi. And you. Because of promptly leading people to eliminate the demons and promote the official position. Every time Karl said. Li Xin's face was ugly. Solai and the Great Wall Guards hadn't paid much attention to them. Always maintain Li Xin. But seeing Li Xin's appearance, they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Before Li Xin could speak. In the crowd on the side. Suddenly a young man with purple hair ran out. This figure suddenly rushed to Li Xin. He hit Li Xin's face with a punch. Then he grabbed Li Xin by the collar and yelled angrily, "Is what he said is true?" Shang. Solai saw the purple-haired youth. I just wanted to stand up and stop, but after thinking about it, there was no action. Obviously. He also wanted to get answers from Li Xin. Original. Solai thought that the demons had invaded. It was the conspiracy of this purple-haired youth. Chapter 47. The young man with purple hair was named Sheng, the son of the Lord of Jade City. I have always respected Solai. Solai is his idol. The two hit it off and the relationship was very good. This time, the closed market was opened. In the beginning, it was his proposal. So. Sheng heard what Karl said. More angry than anyone. If what Karl said is true. After closing the city this time, the senior Solai he admired will be demoted. And myself. Then there is a high probability that they will be wronged, the black hand behind the invasion of the evil spirits. After all. Open the closed city. In the beginning, it was his proposal. In this case, how could Sheng not be angry? Li Xin waved his big hand and instantly opened Sheng's hands. Boom, /. He smashed Sheng with a backhand. Li Xian has a normal relationship with the other party. It's just the kind of relationship that knows the name. Of course it is impossible to let the other party do it. Li Xian laughed wildly, /yes, / what he said is true / I just want to get my things back, what's wrong with this, / Suddenly, Li Xian's black hair turned into the color of blood. An abyss-like crimson devilish energy erupted from his body. The surrounding Great Wall guards were all shocked by this devilish energy. I am not much different from a beast / but, after all, it is my land, / Roaring. Li Xian held his sword and rushed to Carl swiftly. This speed. Don't say it is compared with normal humans. Even compared to the powerful magic seeds, they are much faster. In just a moment, he came to Carl. Raising his hand and swinging his sword, he slashed it violently. The man in front of him broke his plan. Li Xian naturally wanted to get rid of it. As for the Great Wall guards, Li Xian didn't want to fight them. Solve this person, and then consider the long-term plan. However, the next moment, Li Xian was stunned. Seeing the sword in his hand, it slashed at Carl's neck. But Carl didn't have the heads down as he imagined. On the contrary, it was Li Xian's sword, instantly breaking into many pieces. This, Li Xian hasn't spoken yet. When he saw the person in front of him, he smiled. Although your life experience is very sympathetic but I will not give the enemy a chance The voice fell. Li Xian saw it. As far as my eyes can be, there is red brilliance. This moment. Somehow. Li Xian remembered his childhood. The grandfather took over from his father, and his joy was beyond words. Chapter 48. In the ear, that sentence lingered. My country and my family, my land and my people I can finally rest. Goodbye, Great Wall. This chapter is very tangled. Originally, I could finish writing more than 10 minutes in advance, and the plot was just killed. Later, I read the background story many times and decided to change something. Still killed, but will be resurrected by the protagonist in other ways. Maybe it's because I practiced Li Xian hard? In short, I want to write this. Chapter 23 Killing the Demon Seed, Summoning Li Xian. Carl killed Li Xian. Even at the last moment, Li Xian exploded with a powerful force, but he was still not Carl's opponent. Carl has a template for a white Superman. Its thermal vision can dissolve and evaporate almost all substances. Rather than the thermal vision of Superman in the movie, it seems that nothing can be solved. Therefore, Li Xian was killed by Carl in an instant. After all, Li Xian was Carl's enemy if he acted on him. In the face of the enemy, there is nothing to say. The solution is only because Carl has mind-reading skills. He knew what Li Xian thought. He also knows the situation of the other party. In the last life, Carl also used this hero to fight. And have worked hard for a long time. But he didn't know that Li Xian still had such a story. If you do it again, Carl will still choose to kill the opponent. In the face of the enemy, there is nothing to say. Carl does not regret it. But he felt a little unhappy. At this time, the Great Wall guards, who had been shocked by Li Xian, also stood up. But they see. But Li Xian's figure disappeared in the red light. No need to think about it. Li Xian was beheaded by Carl. The Great Wall guards drew their weapons one after another. To be honest, they also saw the situation just now. I probably knew in my heart that Li Xian was a traitor. But this is even so. The Great Wall guards, who valued love and righteousness, still felt that Li Xian was a partner. After all, they once fought together. Li Xin was killed by Carl, and the Great Wall guards were very unhappy. At this time, Solai scolded angrily, put down the weapon, A group of people, you look at me, I look at you. Actually did not recover the weapon. Carl feels uncomfortable at the moment, but he doesn't care about these people either. He wants to kill, but he will not anger people. Carl felt it with supervision. Found that the distance to Guan City, dozens of kilometers away. There is a city that is being besieged by the demon seed. Carl ignored the raging Great Wall guards. It rose directly into the sky and disappeared instantly. For a time, the Great Wall guards looked up to the sky, looking at the disappearing figure, and said nothing for a long time. Almost the same time, Carl came to a city. Now, the army in the city is resisting the demons. The fighting is extremely fierce, and many human races have been injured. Chapter 49. And the beatings retreated steadily. After all, not everyone is like Solai, who has experienced many battles and has a high martial arts. Carl was a little upset because of Li Xin's affairs. So he wants to kill. Carl didn't use thermal vision either. Body shape flashed. Came in front of a huge monster in an instant. At this moment, this magic seed. A soldier was being picked up and sent to his mouth. Punch out. Boom. The 3 or 4 meter high magic seed was broken into pieces in an instant. The sky is full of flesh and blood. Then, Carl's figure shuttled on the battlefield. One punch, directly smashed the body of the demon seed. Just a breathing room. Then all the magic seeds in the city were wiped out. The number of magic seeds here. It was similar to the Guanxi where Solai was located, and even more. There are also hundreds of them. Original. The human army is still fighting hard. But only for a moment, they realized that it was wrong. Those powerful and ferocious demons disappeared in an instant without the slightest warning. And not far from them, there was a man in a strange costume. This person is floating in the air. The soldiers froze for a moment, and then cheered happily. The magic seed has disappeared. Look at the flesh and blood on the ground, is it a demon seed? It seems, really. In other words, the magic seed has not disappeared. But all death? Yes. But, how did these demons die? I don't know, but it's a good thing that the demon seed is annihilated. Yes. Original. They retreated steadily and suffered heavy casualties. Now the magic seed disappears. They were naturally overjoyed. You are. The first figure looked at Carl in doubt. This is an old man with grey hair. It should be a commander, or a local lord. The of the world. Carl said calmly. The of the world. The old man subconsciously repeated this weird name. He looked at Carl and asked respectfully, "Did you wipe out the demons in the city?" Although he had no idea what happened. But those demons disappeared instantly. Such a character appeared at the same time. There should be some relationship between the two, right? Carl was silent. Suddenly, he felt that he had an extra ability. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, Chapter 50. Carl concentrated suddenly and looked ahead. The next moment, not far from Carl, a figure suddenly appeared. This man is holding a black blade and has long red hair. On the body, strange lines are tattooed. It was Li Xin who had just died. /owner /. Li Xin bowed and said hello to Carl. /. Carl nodded. He killed Li Xin just now, feeling somewhat unhappy in his heart. Although there is no regret, it is really unhappy. So, he came here to kill the demon seed. But this time, he suddenly discovered that he seemed to have an extra ability. The power that can control the soul. The power to summon the soul of the dead. The soul summoned will use the power of the soul to condense the body. It looks the same as before. And regard Karl as his master and obey his orders. When Karl did not give an order, the opponent will be the same as before. If the soul dies, Karl can greet again. Karl checked in the system and got the Silver Superman template. There is no such ability. Controlling the soul is an ability that has just emerged. Karl looked at Lee Xin, bowed his head in thought. This. In the Silver Age, Superman had too many enemies and very powerful. So, Superman will add new abilities from time to time. I own the Silver Superman template. New power will be added at any time. This is pretty good. In that case, let's have another one, the power to travel through the world. Karl thought in his mind. However, he did not find out. I have the ability to travel through the world. When the time is not working. A few more seconds passed. Suddenly, Karl waved his hand. Then, I saw the space in front of Karl become entangled and twisted. He didn't hesitate, and went straight into the distorted space. Next moment, Karl actually appeared in his own home. My home, After thinking about it, he used supervision to find Sky. I saw it in an instant, Sky who was sleeping and resting. Sure enough, I have the power to travel through the world. Karl nodded. He came back this time, and did not use the chat group transmission. Instead, use your new abilities. This Silver Superman is really amazing. If you want to have any ability, you will have any ability. Karl gave a chuckle. Then, he returned to the world of kings. Looking at Lee Xin in front of him, Karl said, you will stay in this world and do what you want to do. Yes. Lee Xin bowed and agreed, then turned and left. Karl looked at Lee Xin. Chapter 51. In his supervision, Lee Xin's figure is constantly running towards the west. And over there, it was the direction of the Great Wall Guards. Chapter 24 Follow-up Impact, Return to the World. Have you returned to the Great Wall? Karl thought. For some reason, my mood relaxed a lot. At this moment, not far away, a figure ran over. It was a pretty figure with long pink hair. That figure ran to the old man not far away. Father, are you okay? The woman asked with concern. Many buildings in the city were destroyed, and soldiers also had many wounded. Karl glanced at the woman. He recognized this woman. It's actually the Kaluo of the king's world. In other words, that old man is Gallo's father. Karl was surprised. In his last life, he really didn't know the background story here. After all, fighting was important at that time. Unexpectedly, he came to the city where Jialuo was located. However, this is not an important matter. Karl took a look. Jialuo was talking to his father. Then, he went straight back to his own world. The white-haired old man was telling Garo about the past. Just now, we were fighting with the demon species that attacked Thousand Caves City. Suddenly, all the demons died. One by one, the bodies that were beaten torn apart. There was also a person wearing a black cloak floating in the air. He claims to be the of the world. That person. Well, how about people? The old man motioned to where Karl was, but found that the other party's figure was gone. Jialuo glanced over there and asked, did he save Thousand Cave City? Just now. When Gallo came in, he also found Karl. After all, he was flying in the air and the clothes he wore were also very special. It's hard not to pay attention. It's just that your relatives are more important. Therefore, Gallo did not pay much attention to Karl. Now I know that that person may be his father and the savior of the city. Giulio naturally wanted to thank the other person. However, the other party disappeared. What a mysterious and powerful person, Gallo couldn't help but think. Chang'an City. In a courtyard of the empire. The yard is full of delicate peonies. A man with long snow-white hair, dressed as an alchemist, sitting in front of the chessboard. Opposite the alchemist. Then there is a blue-haired boy. The two are extremely fast, and they don't seem to have to think about it. Alchemist's attention. Not on the chessboard, but thinking about other things. Chapter 52. The situation in the Great Wall Pass and Kyunku City should be almost the same. Whether it's the magic seed or those people. It's all ready. Thus, the hexagrams about the Great Wall can be fulfilled. The female emperor should also pay more attention to it. Great Wall. While thinking about it, suddenly a figure holding an oil paper fan appeared. It was a girl with bunny ears. The girl came in and saluted the alchemist. Then submitted a letterhead. When the alchemist took the letter, the girl quickly left. The alchemist opened the letterhead calmly. However, when he finished reading the letterhead, his pupils dilated in vain. How can this be? Whether it was the demon seed of Guanxi or the demon seed of Thousand Grottos, they were actually wiped out. God of the world! Who is it? In that letter paper, what is written is what happened in the Great Wall and Chien Cave City. The young man looked at the alchemist unexpectedly. I don't know what happened. Actually let myself, the master, show such an expression. Karl returns to the Marvel world. The place where he is in his own home. Because he was before accepting the task. Go home and took a black suit. Changing his battle clothes, Karl put on casual clothes. Body shape flashed. Karl appeared at Sky's house. At this time, it was still noon. Only. Before Sky wore a superwoman's battle suit, he fought Karl for a few hours. So now Sky is very tired. Resting. At this time, Karl felt a little bit. Joined the chat group. Princess Thousand Hands, Mr. Karl, the task was completed very quickly. Princess Thousand Hands, have you returned to your own world? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness, should I be back? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? After all, it has been a while before completing the task. Because group members post tasks when they complete tasks. Not only can I see the prompt in the chat group, it will also be prompted. So, the moment Karl killed the demon seed, all group members will know. Skyblade King, it seems that Mr. Karl is not here. Skyblade King, then ask General Solai at Commander. Skyblade King, General Solai, has the mission been completed? Commander of the Great Wall Guards, finished. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Lord Karl is very powerful, and he solved hundreds of demons in an instant. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, thank you, Karl. Princess Thousand Hands, General Solai, did you record a video when Mr. Karl was fighting? Princess Thousand Hands, I want to see Karl Jun's heroic posture. Chapter 53. What to do if my sister has a secondary illness, I want to see +1. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness, I haven't seen the boss when Karl fights yet. Skyblade King, I want to watch it too, +1. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, no. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, I was fighting with 3 powerful demons. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, although I don't want to admit it, I do fall into a disadvantage. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, as soon as Mr. Karl appeared, he instantly killed hundreds of demons. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, before I even thought of recording the video, it was over. Princess Thousand Hands, okay. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? That's a pity. Skyblade King, it's really regrettable. Skyblade King, I can only look forward to it. When I do the task next time, remember to record the video. Princess Thousand Hands, that's right. Princess Thousand Hands, if Carl June accepts my task next time, he must record a video. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Me too. The of the world, I have come back, don't worry. The God of the world, General Solai, you are welcome at Commander. God of the world, after all, there are points rewards. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Yes. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Mr. Carl got another 100,000 points for doing the task this time. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? This is too enviable, I can't even afford a steel suit. Skyblade King, envy +1, I don't have many points after I buy Shailunian. Princess Thousand Hands, envy +2, Carl June is so powerful. The of the world, then I have another red envelope. The group member, the of the world, sent a red envelope. What should I do if my younger sister has a second-degree illness and earn 220 points? Princess Thousand Hands earns 300 points. Skyblade King gets 120 points. Carl looked at the red envelope collection record. It was discovered that Solai's name was not in those lists. Chapter 25 Solai's reaction, leisurely group members. Carl sent a red envelope. It was found that there was no Solai's name in the collection record. It is probably because of Li Xin. The other party was grudged. Although Carl allowed Li Xin to stay in the world of kings, he did not interfere with the other party's behavior. Li Xin left in the direction of the Great Wall Guards. But it does not mean that Li Xin will definitely return to the Great Wall Guards. Maybe he wants to protect the Great Wall silently. What he wants to do? It's his own business. It has nothing to do with Carl. And even if Li Xin wants to return to the Great Wall Guards, it is estimated that it may not arrive in such a short time. After all, Carl summons the cave city where Li Xin is located. There is not a short distance away from the location of the Great Wall Guards. After chatting for a while, Solai left with an excuse. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? General Solai seems to be very busy, and he didn't even receive the red envelope. Skyblade King, well, I really didn't get it. Heavenly Blade King, it is probably because of the closure of the city. Skyblade King, I didn't say before that there was an invasion of demons in Guan City. Skyblade King, now the boss of Carl has solved the magic seed. Heavenly Blade King, but General Solai, as the person in charge of Guan City, naturally has to do a good job in the aftermath. Princess Thousand Hands, it makes sense, it feels like this. Princess Thousand Hands, after all, status means more than glory and privilege. Princess Thousand Hands, there is still responsibility. Chapter 54. The group members also discovered that Solai had not received the red envelope. It's just that they didn't think about other aspects. Just thought. Solai was busy with official duties and time was tight. But how much time will be wasted to receive a red envelope? 1 second? If it's fast, it may not be necessary. Have time to talk, but no time to receive the red envelope? They didn't think about it. After all, what happened to Carl in the world of kings, other members of the group would naturally not know. Carl didn't say much. Regarding Solai's behavior, he didn't care. It is probably because of Li Xin. But he didn't need to explain. Carl wanted to do it, so he did. No need to explain anything to anyone. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Wow! What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Tsunade, what you said makes sense, and you still feel the same. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? That's right, that's right. Your group nickname is Princess Jian Shao. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? There is only one truth. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Tsunade, should she be a princess of a kingdom? What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Think about it this way, and you will be able to understand why you feel the same. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Am I right? Wow! Skyblade King, Sister Shiwa, what you said makes sense. Skyblade King, it's really great. What should I do if my sister is suffering from secondary disease? Ha 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 ha, that's right, that's right. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Keep working hard, little Keisha. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? One day. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? You will be as smart as me. Skyblade King, good Sister Shiwa. The bird swims 10 flowers. It was as if some major secret had been discovered. Suddenly excited. But Keisha felt. The little bird swims to the 10 flowers makes a lot of sense. The two are there. It seems to perform crosstalk in general. One dare to say. The other one is not alone. Dare to hold it there. Carl saw the chat group's speech. Some can't help but laugh. Little bird swims Shiwa quite well, and has a good brain. Carl knew it naturally. Tsunade is not a princess of any country. It's a member of the Sanyo clan. Only. Grandpa is the patriarch of the Thousand Hands clan. The first generation of Hokage, Jian Shao Zujian. Tsunade is this baby's granddaughter. Compared with the princesses of other countries, his identity is more victorious. After all, Jian Shao Zujian was the reincarnation of the son of the 6 Dao immortals. Has the title of God of Ninja. As long as he wants. Don't say it is a single country. Even if it destroys the entire Naruto world, it is possible. Therefore, although Tsunade is not a princess of the kingdom. But status. Chapter 55. But it is not comparable to ordinary princesses. So. Isn't it wrong to say that the bird swims 10 flowers? What makes Carl feel weird is that. The performance of Shiwa and Keisha. A group of water every day is extremely active. One looks like a cute little girl. This is obviously inconsistent with the two in Carl's impression. Keisha let it go. Very young now. Teenage girl. Not the one in the future. Tens of thousands of years old, majestic and powerful king of angels. But, the bird swims 10 flowers? Haven't you become the chef of the restaurant now? Almost it was the time of the second disease animation. No matter how the personality has changed a lot. Carl who often peeped at the screen. Although I haven't asked directly. But the age of the group members has been clearly understood. After thinking about it, Carl couldn't help but speak. God of the world, speaking of which, are you also idle? The God of the world, no need to work, study, or fight. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I work in a restaurant and I was super busy. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? But now that there is a chat group, it doesn't have to be so hard. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? After all, 1 point can be exchanged for more than 10,000 yuan. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Sign in at will, so that she can get a good meal. What do you work for? What should I do if my younger sister has a secondary illness? I only want to go occasionally now before I go to work. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Anyway, the store manager's daughter likes to eat the cakes I made, and I have a good relationship with the store manager. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? I don't have to work often, of course it is very idle. In fact, what Zionai Shiwa didn't say is. Her original dream was not a chef. Only. Because of the death of his father. So she can only graduate from high school, give up studying, and learn cooking instead. Now that there is no financial pressure, I naturally don't want to work. Princess Thousand Hands, I have completed the task temporarily and I am waiting for the order. Skyblade King, I have nothing to do. God of the world, okay. It seems that these people are really free. Carl is not qualified to say that other people are just that. He even sold his company because he didn't want to manage the company and needed capital. What should I do if my sister has a second illness? Tsunade, you haven't responded to me yet, is the analysis I just analyzed right? I am also curious. Princess Thousand Hands, not quite right. Princess Thousand Hands, I don't know, what my nickname is this? Princess Thousands of Hands is. Tsunade explained the situation of the Senju clan. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Wow! It turned out to be like this. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Isn't this more severe than the princess? Skyblade King, yes. Princess Thousands of Hands, how can there be? After chatting in the group for a while, Carl quit the chat group. Because he found out. Sky woke up. Chapter 26, Solai in Embarrassment, 10 Flowers in Wisdom. Carl found Sky awake. He left the chat group. Chapter 56. Carl smiled, /wake up, /. Sky nodded, I'm a little hungry, let's go eat. /good. After washing, the two went out. After eating, they did not go home either, but went to the beach to play. Carl was eating dinner. Feel something and enter the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Mr. Carl, thank you very much for this incident. Hey? Skyblade King, General Solai, why are you thanking Carl again? Skyblade King, didn't you thank you before? What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Doubts. JPG. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, it used to be because of the demon seed to thank you, but now it is because of a partner. Skyblade King, oh. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Eat melon. JPG. Skyblade King, did Mr. Carl save your partner? Commander of the Great Wall Guards, indeed. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Lord Carl not only eliminated the demon seed in Guanshidu, but also saved my partner. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, although the process is more complicated, it's probably like this. Skyblade King, that's it. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? 666.jpg. As soon as Carl entered the chat group, he saw the exchanges between Solai and others. For the first time, he guessed. It is estimated that Li Xin returned to the Great Wall Guards. Therefore, Solai would thank himself again. The attitude between the words has changed a lot. But Carl didn't have much thoughts either. He did it because he wanted to do it. It has nothing to do with others. The of the world, General Solai, you are welcome. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, no, I really appreciate you very much. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, although I know that Carl is powerful, far from being comparable to me as a mortal. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, but I still have to say. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Big Brother Carl rescued the people of the Great Wall and Yuchen and helped Li Xin. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, this great kindness, I, Solai, can hardly remember. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, what is the need for Mr. Carl in the future? Commander of the Changgung Guards Army, I, Solai, will definitely go through the fire and water, and I will not hesitate. Skyblade King, shocked. JPG. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Onlookers. JPG. The God of the world, well, I will accept the kindness of General Solai. Reach out and don't hit smiley people. Although Carl felt I wouldn't have time to ask Solai to help. But the other side's attitude. It is impossible for him to say anything bad. See Carl's response. Solai was obviously happier. I was in a chat group and chatted with the group members for a long time. Sudden. Keisha seemed to think of something. She spoke curiously. Skyblade King, General Solai, I have one thing I want to ask you. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, but it's okay. As long as I know, I'll tell you. The commander of the Great Wall Guards army, did he want to ask Mr. Carl's power? Skyblade King, that's not the case, although I'm curious about the power of Lord Carl. Chapter 57. Heavenly Blade King, but what I want to ask now is, General Solai, have you finished your official duties? Skyblade King, I saw you seem to be very busy a few hours ago. Skyblade King, there seems to be nothing right now, chatting in the group. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? Yes. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Have everything been dealt with? The chat group was silent for a while. It took dozens of seconds. Very beginning. Zionai Shiwa and Keisha are still waiting for Solai's response. But I found out that there was no response after a long time. They began to doubt. Is the chat group still stuck? Keisha couldn't help but speak. Skyblade King, General Solai? Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Commander of the Great Wall Guards, those official duties are indeed finished. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, but now, I still have something to do. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, leave for a while, you talk. Commander of the Great Wall Guards, Mr. Carl, thank you very much. Actually, Solai thanked him twice. And this time his attitude has changed drastically, and I have time to chat. Naturally it is not because of official duties. It was because of Li Xin. He had a grudge against Carl for killing Li Xin. After all, they are teammates fighting together. Even if there is something wrong, it should also be imprisoned or reported to Chang'an City. Even if the crime is serious, go to jail. It may not die. In the end he was killed by Carl. Now he found out. He seemed to blame Carl. Naturally a little guilty. Boss Carl is such a nice guy. Solai is not the kind of character who can lie. It was a little embarrassing, so I just ran away. God of the world, you are polite. Skyblade King? Skyblade King, how do you feel that General Solai is weird? Did something happen over there? What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? It seems to be, but I also feel an unusual atmosphere. What should I do if my sister has a secondary disease? What is it? What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Mr. Carl, do you know what's going on with General Solai? The of the world, I don't know, he didn't say that there was something to deal with. Carl probably knew what happened to Solai's transformation. But there is no need to say such things. God of the world, I'm outside and slipped away. Skyblade King, okay, goodbye Carl. God of the world, goodbye. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness? Mr. Carl is also sick. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Intuition tells me that something we don't know must have happened on General Solai's side. What should I do if my sister has a second-degree illness, and Mr. Carl probably knows it too? What should I do if my younger sister has a secondary illness? The two of them are suspicious. Skyblade King, wow. Sister Shiwa, what you said makes sense. What should I do if my sister has a secondary illness? Ha 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 ha. At this time, Carl has not left the chat group. Seeing the speeches in the chat group, he looked a little weird. Chapter 58. After smiling, he withdrew from the chat group. At this moment, Carl is having dinner with Sky in the restaurant. Beside Sky, who was eating, saw Carl smile with curiosity. What happened, so happy, well, the stock of Stark Industries has gone up, and it has gone up a lot. Carl took a sip of the red wine and said with his usual expression. Oh, that is indeed a good thing. Sky nodded when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the stock of Stark Industries still has room to rise. Of course, after all, Stark Industries has a close cooperative relationship with the government. Moreover, he is also a long-established company. All right. Sky didn't understand these things. But Stark Industries, she also heard about it. I am afraid few people in the United States don't know. Chapter 27 The Inconvenient Reward, Carl being driven out. Carl and Sky had dinner and then took a walk home. Arrived at Sky's house, Carl had another experience, the excellence of the Superwoman suit. Only this Superwoman's battle clothes seemed to have to be washed. Because, but after washing, it is useless. 12 o'clock. Sky didn't even wash, and fell asleep deeply. After all, she is so tired. Carl has exercised since childhood and practiced his fighting skills. After all, it is the Marvel world. Although there are many superheroes, but there are also many supervillains. Even if he was an ordinary person before, practicing both hands may save your life at a critical time. Unexpectedly, the past 25 years, Carl hasn't fought much with people. The exercised body is actually used in other places. Even if Carl has a few girlfriends. Before Sky, he just barely parried. Now Carl has obtained the Silver Superman template. Sky was defeated. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Carl did not hesitate, nodded, and said, /sign in /Catwoman, /. Carl was slightly surprised. For a while, he didn't even think of who this Catwoman was. Superhero? As the system's prompt sound fell in front of Carl, some clothing appeared. Take it subconsciously. The clothes this time look simpler. There is only one piece of clothing and one eye mask. They are all black and seem to be leather products. It turned out to be this Catwoman /. Carl looked at the battle suit in his hand and also knew who this Catwoman was. In the movie, Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, the suit worn by Catwoman. It seems, very good look. Chapter 59. Carl gave a pure smile. So, the Superwoman suit can also be washed. Putting the Catwoman suit aside, Carl went to wash in a happy mood. Rest immediately after washing. The next day, Carl had a taste of the beauty of the Catwoman suit. To be honest, this suit is really beautiful. And it has a completely different beauty from the Supergirl battle suit. But this is a little bit, not as good as the Superwoman suit. Not very convenient. Have to improve it manually. After the changes, it is also very good. The third day, Carl signed in the Wonder Woman suit. On the fourth day, the Flash suit. Carl didn't give Sky this thing. Because of this design, it is obviously not suitable for women. Carl didn't want to wear it either, so he just let it go. Flash suit. The truth is not to his taste. This is the day. Sky took Carl out and said helplessly, hey, Carl hurry up and go home, aren't there many close friends waiting for you, hurry up and find them She finally couldn't stand it, and drove Carl out of the house. No way, it's really not an opponent. I have to fight several times a day, so tired. All right, Carl looked at the closed door and shrugged with a smile. As long as he wanted to, Sky, as an ordinary person, certainly couldn't push him. It's just that Carl didn't resist. He smiled and said, "Then I will go back and see you later." Behind the door, Sky's weak voice came, "Okay, you let me rest for a while." Carl went through the door and saw Sky return to bed and continue to rest. Carl smiled and disappeared instantly. At the same time, he returned to his home. Start washing. Sky woke up in the morning and kicked Carl out. He didn't even wash his face. Tell the truth. Carl felt that the other party was a bit too much. You said let me go home, just let me go home. Doesn't this allow you to wash and eat breakfast? It's okay to leave after dinner. Carl decided to educate Sky in the future. In a coffee shop, Daredevil Matthew is drinking coffee with his colleagues here. Listen to Matthew, I hope you can try to file a lawsuit against the rich. The important thing is not whether they are guilty or not, but you have money to make. Impossible. Matthew refused very decisively. As Daredevil, he will naturally be a partner of justice. The colleague just sighed and didn't say much. Daredevil is drinking coffee. In my mind, I was thinking about what happened a few days ago. The mysterious person who killed Jinhee's subordinates instantly and blackmailed Jinhee. Even if Daredevil can't see it. But his magical perception ability. Chapter 60. Let him know that this person is very strong. Whether it is the use of that magical heat or the power of the body. After all, Daredevil had personally experienced it. After being knocked into the air by Carl, he finally crawled out of the sea. I couldn't move at that time. A few hours later, I went to the hospital. After resting at home for several days, most of it recovered. To know. Daredevil can not only hear sounds within a few kilometers, but also has radar sensory. He also has a physical quality that surpasses ordinary people. Whether it is speed strength or physical strength, they are not comparable to ordinary people. But even so, Daredevil was beaten directly by Carl for a long time and couldn't move. This is the heaviest injury he has ever suffered. None of them. Fortunately, his recovery ability is very strong. Now it works normally. But high-intensity combat, but it's not enough. Actually, Daredevil didn't know. Carl did not kill at the time. Otherwise, Daredevil, and the magic seed of the world of kings, will end in the same way. At this moment, Matthew smelled a scent. A beautiful brown-haired woman enters the cafe. This woman is of better figure and delicate appearance. After entering the cafe, I found a seat to sit down. Order food and wait. Noble and elegant. Daredevil thought for a while. Picking up the blind stick, walked towards the place where the lady was. The woman ignored Daredevil. But after noticing that the other party is a disabled person, he eased his attitude. The two chatted a few words. The woman glanced at her watch and said, "I have something to do, let's go now." Then, he left the coffee shop. Matthew was very happy during the conversation with the other party. Oops, forgot to ask her name. Matthew chased outside the cafe. When the woman saw Daredevil, she thought he was a stalker. When a word was inconsistent, he moved his hands. After washing up and eating breakfast, Carl sits on the sofa drinking boringly. A little boring. Without Sky, he couldn't experience the excellence of the suit. Go to your own bar to see? It's still morning, and the bar hasn't opened yet. See what the rest of the girlfriends are doing. Think about it this way. Carl turned on Supersight and looked for his girlfriends. After a while, he saw a beautiful figure with brown hair. Now, this woman is fighting with a man wearing sunglasses. The banknotes are a little bit small. Big guys, ask for a wave of banknotes. It is recommended on the 27th to the 31st, 100 silver tickets in a single day plus one chapter, no upper limit. Chapter 28 Carl's girlfriend, the stressed daredevil. A pretty figure with long brown hair, named Erica.